reason why Dr. Nduli wanted to speak in that language. Dr. William Kima is a law expert from Kenya. You are welcome, Doc. And we'll also be having Dr. Menelis Ngube, who will be moderating. The panelists there will be Mewi Dumelombisi from the Dube Trade Port, Ntate Victor Shange from Gautrain Management Agency, Captain Sipho Mangesi, our air pilot, who promised that today, at the end of the day, I'll be involved in something else. And we also have Professor Angelo Dube, our own flying jury from the College of Law. The panelists, there will be Dr. Ayodele Oche Dogun from University of Johannesburg, Urban Welfare, Dr. Musa Mugangavari, International Committee of the Red Cross. And we'll have, again, moderator advocate, Konanali Rali Chili. The panelists, there will be Professor Stephen De Beer from University of Pretoria, Urban Planning, Mr. Jojo Makwa, University Environmental Specialist, UNISA, Mr. Mabeke, International Women in Transport, and Mr. Lesego Sarakwani, Marakanelo Travel and Events. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, nothing meaningful can be achieved without open engagement, without collaboration, and without transparency. The symposium, I believe, is not a competition. The symposium is about collective contribution. Let us all see ourselves as a team that is going to build something that at the end of the day will benefit not only the institution, but also the country. We know that, colleagues, whatever happens here affects what is in next door. So let us work as a team, and so that we can achieve together a lasting legacy for future generations. We are therefore honored to welcome you all here, and we believe that your participation will underscore the multi-sectoral nature of the Aerotropolis concept, one that connects people, one that connects industries, one that connects ideas. I believe over these 3 days, we will be guided by distinguished experts and practitioners from all these fields that you have mentioned, and I believe that we'll all be proud of our product when we leave this hall in 3 days. Let me take this opportunity to express our deepest gratitude to our organizing partners, sponsors, and collaborators whose support has made this event possible. Your commitment to advancing the vision, this vision has laid the foundation for what promises to be an inspiring and transformative symposium. In conclusion, let me say it is the region's aim, it is the department's objective, and it is the portfolio's ambition that this symposium should not only serve as a platform for meaningful engagement, but that it will leave behind a tangible milestone upon which sustainable Aerotropolis ecosystem can be built. Let us explore how Aerotropolis can serve as a catalyst for trade, for innovation, and inclusive development. As we embark on this inaugural journey together, let us not only imagine the future of the Aerotropolis, but let us build it. Once again, it is an honor and pleasure on behalf of our Chancellor, His Excellency President Thabo Mbeki, our Chair of Council, Dr. Musia, then our Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Puleng Ngabula, I want to say to you, you have the support of the university. The three leaders are very much interested in the welfare of this university, in the welfare of the country, and in the welfare of the continent. So I want to say to you, they are in full support. I would like to thank you, and I would like to officially welcome this symposium, and all of the best.
Thank you, Prof. Siputa. Colleagues and friends, I've observed one thing, that Prof. Siputa is actually making a call in his speech, welcoming speech. He's actually saying to us that this particular symposium is bringing stakeholders together for a purpose, that we need to get married. If we were just sitting and just farting and setting, we need to get married. So it is upon us, whether we do the civil or the customary marriage. We need to decide as we go forward, because out of this symposium, there must be an output and respond to the 10 catalytic niche areas, of which one of the catalytic niche areas is the aeronautical studies. And we've got experts in our midst to respond to that. Number two, he spoke about the curriculum transformation. How are we going to transform the curriculum with this symposium? Because we are just starting with it, and ensure that this symposium enhances our economic growth and as well as sustainability, so that we are able to respond to the sustainable development goals. And lastly, we need to leave a legacy. This is the start, but as we exit UNISA, the students, the staff that are coming after us, they must see that so-and-so left this for us. So with that said, I am going to request my colleague to continue.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, I thought it would be very important for us to take a momentary pause to reflect. What is this thing called the polis, from which we get Aerotropolis? Anyone in this audience? What is the polis? Well, let's have a look. The polis emerged not merely as a city, but as a profound idea. So, the polis is the Greek word for what we call cities. Let's look at the origins to determine how, from this word, the polis, we arrive at the Aerotropolis of today. Rooted in ancient Greece, the polis was a self-governing city-state, a compact urban entity where politics, philosophy, and citizenship converged. It was the heartbeat of civic life, where public discourse and dialogue shaped democracy, and where the market, the public square, was both a place for sharing of new innovation and ideas, but also a meeting place, cross cultures and cross ideas. Aristotle described the polis as the natural environment for human flourishing, a space where individuals could live, not just survive, but to thrive through collective purpose and ethical governance. This grand vision of the polis is what we long for even in today's cities, as we see degradation and devastation across the world, socially, economically, and environmentally. The polis was more than just infrastructure and buildings. It was identity, community, ideology. It represented a scale of living where citizenship was active and governance was local and culture was shared. Its implications were vast. It laid the foundation for participatory democracy, civic responsibility, and the idea that cities are not just built, they are lived. Fast forward into the 21st century, and a new urban archetype emerges, the Aerotropolis. Unlike the polis, which grew organically around civic institutions, the Aerotropolis is strategically designed around a different kind of hub, the airport. It is an urban region where the airport is not just a gateway, but the economic engine shaping the layout, infrastructure, commercial, and social life of the city. Coined by Dr. John Casarda, the Aerotropolis reflects the realities of a globalized, hyper-connected world. It is a city of speed, of logistics, and mobility, where time zones matter more than geography, and where proximity to air routes defines competitiveness. Its implications are equally profound as it redefines urban planning, shifts the center of gravity from the traditional downtowns to aviation corridors, and challenges us to rethink how cities grow, how they connect, and how do they sustain themselves. The Aerotropolis is not just about planes and cargo. It is about possibility. It offers a framework for economic dynamism, regional integration, and technological innovation. It can be a catalyst for job creation, trade facilitation, smart infrastructure, if it is designed with foresight and inclusivity. So, what happens when we reflect onto these two models, the polis and the Aerotropolis? We should not reflect on them as opposites, but as complementary visions. When we begin to imagine cities that are sustainable, drawing from the polis emphasis on ethical governance and community stewardship, cities that are livable, integrating the human scale of the polis with the global reach of the Aerotropolis. Connected cities, leveraging the Aerotropolis infrastructure to link people, goods, and ideas across borders. And thriving cities, where innovation meets social, economic, and environmental needs in a balanced ecosystem. In this synthesis, friends, the polis reminds us who we are, but the Aerotropolis shows us what we can become, fully connected. Together, they offer a blueprint for building African cities that are rooted in community, driven by innovation, and designed by the future. Friends, that is our brief reflection on the polis and the Aerotropolis. That will guide us into the next 3 days. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you, thank you. I believe now you understand what is this animal called Aerotropolis. Now we are going to welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. William Giema, an esteemed aviation law expert from Kenya. Can I? Let me read his bio. Dr. Kiema is the partner in charge of aviation law practice at PMK Africa. He holds a Bachelor's of Law from the University of Nairobi, a Master of Laws LLM in International Trade Law from the University of Cape Town, and a doctoral in Air and Aviation Law from the University of Cape Town, South Africa. Dr. William has consulted for leading African laws firm on various aspects of aviation law and trained top. I'm receiving a feedback. Dr. William is an occasional guest lecturer at the University of Cape Town, where he is invited to teach on law and policy of air transport in Africa, and has in the past appeared as a guest lecturer at Harvard Law School, where he has taught aviation law and policy to postgraduate students. Dr. William also runs an annual one-week course titled The Fundamentals of Aviation Law at the University of Cape Town. The course has in the past attracted a diverse audience, including law practitioners and non-lawyers, such as senior executives and managers drawn from civil aviation authorities, airport and navigation service providers, airlines, international and regional aviation bodies, government officials responsible for civil aviation policy, and the general consumers of aviation services. He has published 2 books in air and space law: The Air Transport Industry in Africa, a legal analysis of the single African air transport market, and the laws and the space law and policy in Africa. Outer Space Pan-Africanism, both published by the London-based Taylor and Francis Group. That's a big one. William has also published in leading journals in the world, such as Wolters Kluwer, Air and Space Law, published by Leiden University, Netherlands, the Annals of Air and Space Law, published by the Institute and Center of Air and Space Law, Faculty of Law, McGill University, Montreal, Canada, and the Aviation Space Journal, published by the University of Bologna in Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not just welcoming a person lower there. However, he has done a lot in the aviation space, and I believe that there's a lot that we can learn as we take off. Yeah, people who are also in the aviation space are here. Bo Prof Dube, Bo Prof Sipho, they are here. So can we welcome with a very big of applause? Let us welcome our keynote speakers. Tech team, are we good? Mlaudzi, are we good? Colleagues, we are connecting from Kenya, and we will be good, don't worry. Don't worry, just stay put, calm down. Things will work well. Okay, colleagues, due to our technical glitches at this point in time, we are going to move forward. We are now going to call upon our first panelist, will be led by Dr. Menelisi Ncube, who is in our midst, and then he will take over from here so that we can continue. Once Dr. Kiema's glitches are sorted, then we will move over. Over to you, Dr. Ncube.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues.
Morning.
That's better. Colleagues, standing before you is Ncube Menelisi. I am a postdoctoral research fellow in the College of Law here at UNISA. And today I'll be moderating the first session, which is under the sub-theme Unlocking the Gauteng Aerotropolis, Infrastructure, Skills, and Investment Pathways. Colleagues, allow me, before I do brief introductory remarks, to call to the podium our panelists. First, may I call upon Mr. V. Shange, who's from the Gautrain Management Agency. Allow me to call our second panelist, Ms. Witumelo Mpisi from Dube Trade Port. Is she online? Allow me to call upon the third panelist, Mr. Isari Hamilton from the city of Tshwane, Vanderboom Airport. I hear that he's supposed to be online. And then our last panelist for the session, Prof. Van Zyl, who's from the Transport Economics Department here at UNISA. Okay, colleagues, without wasting any more time, it is definitely an honor to stand right in front of you to moderate this first session on unlocking the Gauteng Aerotropolis infrastructure skills and investment pathways. We gather here to explore one of the most ambitious and transformative projects on the African continent, which is the Gauteng Aerotropolis, centered around the Oliver Tambo International Airport, which is Africa's busiest aviation hub. The Gauteng Aerotropolis is more than an infrastructural project, it's an economic vision. It seeks to transform the surrounding region into a dynamic ecosystem where logistics, advanced manufacturing, innovation, and tourism strive together. It represents a bold step towards integrated planning, skills-driven industrialization, and inclusive investment. But unlocking this vision requires more than just tarmac and terminals. It demands the right infrastructure, the right skills, and the right investment pathways, all aligned with South Africa's broader goals of growth, sustainability, and competitiveness in the age of the African continental free trade area. So today, our conversation, it is my hope that it should answer the following questions. How can we build and maintain world-class infrastructure that connects communities and markets? What skills will be critical to sustain the industries emerging around this aerotropolis? And how can government, the private sector, and academia collaborate to create a fertile environment for both local and foreign investment? Colleagues, allow me at this stage to give the podium to our first speaker on the panel, Mr. Vishange, who is here with us today.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ngube. Good morning, everyone. I thought I'm just a panelist, so I didn't really prepare anything in terms of a speech. But I think the three questions that the doctor has posed in and around how we build the necessary skills to enable the vision or the realization of the vision of an aerotropolis, the skills, etc. So, and I know I was equally surprised. I work for the Gautrain. I'm in the railway space. What am I doing at an aerotropolis engagement? Well, for any country in the world that has succeeded in building an economy, the backbone of any of such initiative relies or lies with transport and connectivity. So it's all good and well to have minerals, to have production capability, etc. But the competitive edge that gives South Africa the potential that it has is its proximity then to the markets that consume the products. And that's where then our strategic location geographically falls in. We have the harbors, we have the railway infrastructure. Yes, it needs a bit of investment to get it to where it needs to be. The missing part for me then is the aerotropolis. We are able, so when we speak about general or everyday public commuting and transport, we strive to build what we refer to as transit-oriented development. And that what that is it's allowing people to live, work, socialize, and get educated in the vicinity of public transport systems and stations so that it's easier to commute. From there, then when we get to, of course, that's road-based transport, rail, buses, taxis, etc., and even non-motorized transport. But when you then want to bring or give a country a competitive edge that allows it to build an economy, That's where aviation becomes key. We've got the rail-based networks, but obviously the trains can't go outside or over the seas. And that's the key. It's us building an integrated transport system, in particular, where we then overlay the normal commute with logistics and freight, ergo Aerotropolis. From a Gauteng perspective, of course, we already have connectivity to the station, so we allow the commuter, the person who's here to do business or is leaving the country to go create markets and create business, to connect seamlessly to the airport. Of course, aviation then also gives you the time in terms of the competitive edge again. Now, what an Aerotropolis allows you then to do is you can then have people living in the vicinity of the Aerotropolis who are then also giving you the skills that you need in the industries you build around the Aerotropolis. And then the proximity of the airport, of course, allows you then to export and import goods rapidly. How do we build this infrastructure? So it starts with the whole value system of our education system. Whether it's varsities, whether it's technical colleges, the reality is to build infrastructure such as that would enable an Aerotropolis to be effective, you need the engineering. We need the economists who then can identify the markets that we are targeting. It's all good and well to build an Aerotropolis, but if you don't know where you're exporting to, it doesn't help because you actually then don't have markets. I think in recent history, we've waited with bated breath to see what the tariffs were going to do. The U.S.-SA relations, but the answer from our government was, well, we need to find new markets. Yes, we find new markets. How do we get our products there? With what ease do we get it there? And that's why an investment in an Aerotropolis becomes critical. Of course, there's an example in my home province in KZN where I believe the Aerotropolis in King Shaka is alive and well. With Gauteng, I think we are close to that. We've got Tambo, the busiest airport. We've got the connectivity with the Gautrain from a commuting perspective. We already have a special economic zone in the vicinity of the airport where we're already producing high-value goods that are ready to be exported. As I mentioned, so then there's the how. So there's us having the technical skills. There's us having the economic skills in and around identifying the correct places of investment. And then there's the how. Where we probably don't have a lot of time. We know what we need to build, but we don't have a lot of time. So that's where the public-private partnerships come into play. We have to, from a government perspective, leverage the skills that the private sector brings. And we always say when we go out as the state, it's not because we don't have the capability, we just don't have enough, and we don't have enough time within which to deliver the infrastructure. So for me, public-private partnerships are key in ensuring that we build the infrastructure we need in the quickest possible time, at the best possible quality, with minimal risk. I think I'll leave it there, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shange, for that talk. Colleagues, please allow me to confirm if the other panelists will be presenting online. Colleagues, may I apologize for the technical glitch, which we're currently experiencing. The other panelists are there online, but there's a sound problem. So in the interim, allow me to open the floor for questions and engagements until such a point in time where they're able to join. So I'll be taking questions, suggestions, and comments from the gallery, from Mr. Shange's presentation. Roving mic, please.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. My question is about Gauteng province. At the moment, we have documents that have been developed by Ekurhuleni municipality, of course, through consultants, or as Aerotropolis plan that is up to 2030. And that plan does not talk to the IDP of Ekurhuleni. And Gauteng province has a 25-year master plan that specifically focuses on transport. And then there's a big poster, if you go down the N3, it's called Gauteng Port, which is something that is apparently going to be launched before the end of this year. Now the question is, with all, of course, we also have at least 5 civil airports in Gauteng province in the proximity. My calculation is not more than 70 kilometers from Lanseria to Wannerbom and so on and so on. And what does that mean when we are talking about the Aerotropolis, particularly in the Gauteng province? And of course, we also have the National Transport Master Plan 2005 to 2050. That has been a plan, a lot of money spent, but the planning of the different spheres of government doesn't seem to recognize the existence of these different plans, despite the fact that they were involved in their development. What does that mean for the plan that we're talking about of developing an Aerotropolis? Thank you.
I hope you captured that.
Testing. Perfect. Good morning. Mr. Shange, thank you very much for the presentation. My question is on the integration of the various modes of transports as you alluded in your presentation, that be air, rail, taxi services, etc. But then more importantly, within the unique context of South Africa and the bifurcation of our society, how do we then extend those conversations between the private sector, those in the space of public-private partnerships, and then of course our very robust and strong informal sector within the transport sector? Is there something you can just touch on in terms of how we can then facilitate and foster those conversations then across the modes of transport, but then more importantly across private, public, and then informal sector? Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, for the benefit of those online, I've been asked that we pause a bit while the tech guys come and connect. So small comfort break, 5 minutes. Thank you.
don't know. I even remember people from primary school. High school mate, even then. Yes, with the memory. Where are they?
Yeah, that's what Hello. Can someone on Teams maybe just say something so that we can hear the voice?
Sound is there, but appears to be up a bit. And then there's no reflection on the screen.
That one is going to Uber. Some jealous people.
Okay. Yes. But we want to get the sound.
Let them disconnect because now this one is blank.
Okay, Mama, these people, because we need to disconnect them.
Why are you never to arresting in the first place? Okay, let's just continue. Why can't we continue? Because Tumelo was supposed to be presenting.
Baraba o tliseng? Eh?
What is spending it's a whole song.
Yeah, but it should
Continue,
have.
guys.
It's on the right place.
Can we continue?
Okay. Are we okay here on the laptop?
The laptop is fine, but the question is, they need somebody needs to. If ever, do you have a person online who's representing again?
Yes.
So we want to know who's that person, so we can be able to. She can be audible inside the venue.
Let me unmute here.
That's why people are the meeting is ended. I just have to leave and then you start the meeting. That's why you see that we don't have to come back. The meeting has ended. I'm asking you. People were at the meeting. Okay. I'm asking the
Let's ask if whenever
Can you rejoin again? That's what I want to do.
Yeah.
That's why you don't have to see. People were there, you attended the meeting. Can you reconnect my phone? No, because the rest is. Okay.
Okay.
yeah.
we have a survey that looks like this, two of them, survey 1 and survey 2. Somewhere on your desks, you have a QR code. Some of them are blue, some of them are white, some of them are different colors. Please, we all have smartphones. We can go to TikTok, we can go to, what's the other red one? Instagram. If we can do that, we can scan this and go online. 8 minutes tops, that's all it's going to take for you to contribute to knowledge around the issue of Aerotropolis. It's a quick survey. We're asking each and every one of us to make sure that we at least answer it once in the space of 3 days. It will allow us, as the Gauteng region of UNISA, as the University of the Land, to produce more knowledge that's going to take the Republic forward. That's all I am asking from you today. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, we will resume with the questions. Unfortunately, our online panelists won't be able to present, but in the interest of time, let's continue. There was a third hand. I think it was you, Prof. May we please have the mic?
Thank you. I had two questions which I have to recall them now because of the break. The first one relates to, I see the minister is talking about high-speed rail that will connect the country. Is Gautrain perhaps looking into entering that race, seeing that they have experience over the past more than 10 years of running? And secondly, the current accident investigation system is fragmented. Us in the aviation sector, we have our own system. The road system has its own. I don't know who deals with the rail accident system and the marine accident system. What's your take on having one centralized investigation house for all transportation accidents, whether it's space, marine, land, rail, or air? And then thirdly, the last one is a selfish one. When is the Gautrain coming to Four Ways? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Any more questions, colleagues, so that we allow our panelists to take them at once? Any more questions, colleagues, comments?
For the community, because of when we look at the issues affecting the rails of when we look at the issues affecting the railway systems, as that regarding to Prof's Prof's question, as that when you look at ships, especially, as that when you look at ships, especially, we have like certain, maybe let's say rough, what states things they, maybe let's say rough, what states things they analyze, suburbs and what, it is differently. Maybe let's say when you compare Prasa Metro Rail and Gautrain, there are different conditions that you can look at and then also judge. Then you can also make, let's say, evaluate. Okay, now since this is like this, that is why this is happening. If this one is like this, that is why it's happening. So my question to Prof is like, if you.
Thank you. I hope you got that, Prof. We have another question this side.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Ere Nodia, and please.
Thank you. Let's allow the panelists to respond to the questions.
Oops. Thank you for the questions. I counted 8, so let me attempt to answer all of them. I think I'll just answer them in order in which they were asked. I think the first question in around where the province has a plan to develop an Aerotropolis, but seemingly the stakeholders that are being left out. I'm summarizing the question. So it's a very, one of the biggest, and maybe I didn't mention it in my opening remarks, is the segregated planning is probably outside of availability of skills and funding. The biggest challenge to us achieving, the envisioned infrastructure such as an Aerotropolis then becomes fragmented planning. So I think I take the point, of course, I'm not leading that project, but I take the point and I will communicate it to the people who actually run the project to say the stakeholder consultation is paramount in us. There's the plan, but also if you don't consult adequately, chances are even if you implement, what you implement will not be effective. The first question also touched on the integrated transport master plan for the next 25 years for Gauteng. So fortunately, I was involved in the development of the second one. So we are on our second one. So the first one was developed in 2013, and it had various interventions that were recommended. One of those interventions was the extension of the Gautrain network. And I know it's a separate question, but I'll come back to that. So the decision to actually explore further extensions of the Gautrain actually stems from the ITM 25. As we developed the ITM 25, we had extensive stakeholder consultation, including Ekuruleni, although we had to chase them for them to actually respond. But the point is that we consulted every local authority and every stakeholder that we'd identified, including people that own private airports. So with Ortia, it's a given. We would have consulted NDOT as well as EXA. But with Lanseria, Vonderboom and the others. So in the ITM 25, there's actually a chapter on aviation. So the ITM 25, we completed the technical work probably a year ago. Then it went through the approval processes in the provincial government, etc. But the MEC for transport will be launching it soon, and of course it will become a public document. So I imagine if there's no interest in any other chapter in this room, the chapter on aviation will be important. And maybe there was mention then, for instance, of where an Aerotropolis plan doesn't consider something like the IDP of a municipality. Those that are not aware, municipalities are legislated to have certain public transport planning, such as integrated transport plans, integrated development plans, etc. So the ITM 25 actually then does make reference and considers the inputs from the local authorities. So I think the important point here is that we need to do away with segregated planning and make sure that as the plan for the Aerotropolis at Rotia is taken forward, it considers all strategic plans that exist in the local authorities. The second question in and around integrated planning. Gauteng is a very unique place to live in. It's the smallest province, as we're all aware, but has the highest population in the country, which is a very big anomaly. By its nature, it's then also the economic hub of the country, if not the continent, and therefore mobility or transport then becomes important. I mentioned in my earlier remarks that you can pick any country you want. Any country with a growing economy has transport and mobility as its backbone, for obvious reasons. Moving the skills you need, moving the services, moving goods, etc. Part of Gauteng's challenges then, from smallest province, highest population, highest vehicle ownership. So we also have the highest vehicle ownership compared to the rest of the country. And that's why congestion has always been part of Gauteng. We then also have, where there's no other province that in the country anyway that has 3 metros and 2 district municipalities. So Gauteng actually has 5 municipalities. While we accept that you need systems for intra-municipal travel, the reality is that you also have to cater for inter-municipal travel. And that's where the issue of integrated transport comes in. Realizing that, then the Gauteng province then established what is referred to as the Gauteng Transport Authority. Its intent is to exactly then enable integrated planning. So we're clear, from a legislation perspective, local authorities have a delegation to develop mobility or transport planning within the province, within the respective local authorities. The problem is nobody caters for the inter-municipal mobility, and that's where then the Gauteng Transport Authority comes in. The act itself was passed in 2019. Of course, we've had the issues of COVID and all of that. But where we are incidentally, then they made me the interim CEO of that entity as well. So we've driven it to where we are ready to appoint a permanent CEO. And I think as the stakeholders in this room, that authority will be one of the authorities that will consult the various stakeholders to enable integrated planning. The issue of the informal sector, minibus taxis, I think let's just, yeah, so because of the failures of the formal public transport systems, majority of the populace now relies on minibuses to commute. Of course, there are issues within the industry, but from an integration perspective, as a Gautrain, we've actually partnered with them probably for the past decade or so. At Hatfield Station, at Marlborough, at Rosebank, and Midrand, as an example. We run what is called midi buses. So we have the big buses, Gautrain buses. Then there are the smaller midi buses. So they are branded Gautrain. When you look at it, it looks like a Gautrain. The driver is wearing a Gautrain uniform. They don't just stop randomly. They are professional. Those midi buses are actually operated through a partnership we have with the minibus industry. It's probably one of the biggest, outside of the actual Gautrain, it's probably one of our biggest success stories. If I may just share a quick anecdote, there was a taxi war in Marlborough between two rival taxi associations. Our management then, or leadership then said, if you carry on fighting, we're gonna terminate this contract. We're gonna kick you out of the Gautrain. They made peace very quickly, and to this day, there's never been any conflict insofar as those two associations are concerned, because what we're trying to assist them through this partnership is, as much as they operate part of our feeder systems, is we've forced them to corporatize. So the way it works is, where we're going to operate a minibus, we consult the local authorities. They have to form a company. They have to register an entity, where then the respective, or the directors of that entity then come from the respective associations. And I think we've proven it's the quickest way to actually to achieve peace. And they operate the minibuses with no issues, as far as as in the feedback we're getting and the ratings and all of that. So I know it's a small scale, but partnering with the industry is possible. Probably one of the biggest issues where you get conflict, where you're trying to formalize and integrate them, is how you demonstrate that they're no worse off. Because, and I don't want to speak about the other systems where they have to be paid out and all of that, so we don't get involved. They can still operate in the same routes, but we have an SLA, they have to meet certain targets, and it's working. So it is doable. The issue of the high-speed rail, that's been one of the very interesting projects. So South Africa at an NDOT level has what is referred to as a high-speed rail framework. So this was developed several years ago, and it envisions, and it's part of the same way that the Aerotropolis would unlock or enable mobility of goods and services and so on. The high-speed framework is envisions a high-speed rail network that then connects key nodes, and we call it a star map. So, and interestingly, all the lines then intersect in Gauteng. So there's a line from Gauteng to Durban because of the harbor. There's a line from to Gqeberha, again because of the harbor. And you can imagine now, if you have a product that's produced in Gqeberha or Durban, or even imported, but needs to be exported further into the continent, you're now able to bring it to Gauteng in a shorter time, put it on an airplane if it's the goods that need to be transported by air, and it reaches the market. So this is all part of the planning. It's just we need a place where we can see all these plans as one. And so it also goes to Namibia, and it also goes to Mozambique. And of course, the infamous Gauteng-Limpopo line, which then goes north. And I say infamous because at a provincial level, the Premier has been driving Gauteng-Limpopo rail. So although the actual question was about Gautrain and HSR, the Gautrain Management Agency actually undertook undertook and the development of a concept study for the Gauteng Limpopo link. So just to emphasize, it's a plan that sits at national level, but the Limpopo and Gauteng wanted then to advance the development of the link. So we were involved insofar as the concept study. The announcements that were made by the minister over the weekend, in particular on HSR, so it stems from an existing framework, and round about July, we were part of engagements then with the provincial government, with the minister, to brief her on the work we've done for the Gauteng Limpopo rail. And so the announcement then comes at the back of that. Now, the minister was very specific about Durban Gauteng. The reason is in the same framework, it's also a public document, I think you can find it on the NTOT website, is the 5 links that I mentioned now. As it goes with any project, when they were assessed, the priority is the Gauteng-Durban link, and that's why the minister pronounced on that one in particular. The Gauteng-Limpopo rail, incidentally, is third insofar as the framework is concerned, but as with any project, as feasibility studies get done, we're hoping then that the Gauteng-Limpopo rail can be moved a bit further or up in the list. But we understand why the Durban-Gauteng link is the most important. Incidentally, the Gautrain is not a high-speed rail system. We'd like it to be. So with rail, there's metro, there's rapid rail, and then there's high-speed. Metro, of course, is the metro rail. Typically, it's got shorter distances between stations and therefore does not travel very fast. The Gautrain is a rapid rail system, so it operates while our average speed is 160, we've designed the network to operate up to 170. So, for instance, if there are delays on a particular day for whatever reason, we're able to use that extra 10 kilometers just to make up time. So a rapid rail technically is defined up to operating between 120, so above 120, but up to 250 kilometers. Once you go over 250 kilometers, then that's when you get into the high-speed space. Part of the reason why the Gautrain is not high-speed is so there's a cost element, but also, if you remember when they taught us physics a long time ago, the weight of a train and the momentum and all of that. So you need distance for it to accelerate, you need distance for it to slow down, so it stops at the next station. And that's why when you develop systems like the Gautrain or high speed, you can't just willy-nilly decide where you put a station. There has to be technical reasons behind it. I'm digressing, I apologize. I used to be an engineer, so let me bring it back. The fourways. So the station at fourways. So I'd mentioned that departing from the ITM 25 of 2013, one of the recommendations was to advance the development of a rail network. But it wasn't specifically or only for Gautrain. It was PRASA as well as Gautrain to develop their respective plans, but with the level of integration. So if I may, by example, in the current Gautrain at Hatfield, the two stations are actually separated by a roller door. And we're just waiting for PRASA then they have the key. So the idea was that you could interchange between PRASA and the Gautrain. So for instance, if you take a PRASA train from Mabopane as an example, so that you don't have, because and I know there was a question, it wasn't posed to me, but the perception is that the two compete, and it's not the case. They actually meant to complement each other. So the idea was that you can take a metro rail train or a PRASA train to Hatfield, interchange onto the Gautrain if that's the mode you need then for the second leg of your trip. Similarly at Rosefield, you can interchange as well as at Park Station. So I can't talk about PRASA's plans, but we then went ahead with developing or undertaking a feasibility study for extending the Gautrain network, which includes then a station at fourways. For the reasons I mentioned about the prioritization of the links, so incidentally the feasibility study proposed, so the Gautrain is actually 82 kilometers in length. The extensions are proposed to add another 148 kilometers, so we're almost tripling the network. And just the sheer complexity and cost of a project like that, we had to decompose into various phases. So the first phase links from Sentin to Little Falls, and then from Little Falls it will proceed through Roodepoort to Jabulani. The second phase links from Samrand, which is between Midrand and Centurion, for those who don't know, to Pretoria East. The four-ways link is then phase 3 in terms of the current planning. Now, I know it seems far, Professor, but when we did the feasibility, we completed the feasibility in 2016. If from our planning, we would have actually started construction last year for phase 1, if it were up to us. So we've done the technical work. It's being undertaken as a public-private partnership. That requires certain approvals from National Treasury. We submitted what we needed to submit. We're just waiting for something called Treasury Approval 1. Then we can commence with the procurement. So that's 4 ways. And of course, the time that has lapsed since we did the feasibility study, we have to update it. We are cognizant of that. A lot has changed from the infrastructure we see, as well as the planning, including the IDPs and all of that from the local authorities. So it is possible that as we update the feasibility study, the sequencing may change, but we are certain that phase 1 still gives you the highest demand, because with transport infrastructure, especially railway networks, you actually prioritize based on demand, because you want to build the first phase, operate it, have the revenue coming in so that you are able then to partly fund the future phases. If you don't believe me about why we need phase 1, you just look at the traffic on the N1 traveling south, whether it's the morning or the afternoon. And that happens because you don't have connectivity to the economic hub of the province, which is Sandton. Anyone who lives in the southwest, whether it's Roodepoort or Soweto or whatever, if you are using public transport, you have to come through Park Station. And that's why the journey time is so long. And that's where then the Gautrain is coming in. There was a question about, and I hope was it about a centralized accident system? Accident system. Okay. So I agree with you that we need a centralized, can I say, office or department that deals with transport-related accidents. The systems may not be a common system just because of the nuances and differences in the respective modes, but certainly we need one office or one department that deals with any accident, whether it's road, rail. So as an example now, if it's a rail accident, we've got the rail safety regulator. I imagine in aviation, they have their own. On the road, you've got the Department of Transport. The road one is very interesting because you've got 3 spheres of government that oversee the road network. All right? So you've got, at national level, Central looks after the highways, would cut through Gauteng. You've got the Gauteng Department of Roads that oversees the provincial roads. And then you've got the 5 local authorities I mentioned that oversee the provincial roads. So you can see why you need at least a central office or department. Yes, you can then have the area of specialization, but at least it would be housed in the same department. The issue or the question on academics preparing to be part of the GMA. So one of the things we pride ourselves, the list is growing now. As Gauteng, we're intentional about having a knowledge management unit. And through that knowledge management unit, we manage various partnerships with various institutions of higher learning. I know we have partnerships with UJ, UP, Gibbs, and the Wits Business School and so on. And so what those partnerships do partly is, for instance, when an institution wants to do, and I'm not an academic, so I hope I pronounce this correctly, an immersion, I think they call it an immersion. We avail ourselves and the appropriate colleagues, where sometimes we are called to do various presentations at the respective institutions when they have certain initiatives. But ultimately, we're a project management company. Although we are an agency of the government, our primary role is to oversee the Gautrain project. So we are structured to be a project management and delivery company. So from a skills perspective, it's the engineering, probably in terms of the engineering disciplines, the only one we don't have is probably the chemical or process. So from an infrastructure perspective, we always need those skills. Of course, then you also have the units that enable operations, HR and finance and all of that. But certainly we partner with institutions of higher learning. I know the next question wasn't for me, the one of PRASA versus Gautrain. So with any transport system, in particular rail, the fee you charge should be able to cover your operating costs. And I'm staying away from the leadership issues at PRASA. By the way, I used to work at PRASA. Majority of the senior people in Gautrain used to work at either PRASA or Gautrain. So if we're able to keep the Gautrain running, it stands to reason that whether you're at Transnet or PRASA, not all is bad. And I'm going to stay away from what I know because I used to work there, but let me stick to the question. That the biggest problem with PRASA, as I was saying, if you remove the leadership issues, to charge, I think it's something like 9 rand to take a train from Pretoria to Joburg. Maintaining rail systems is very expensive. So when you see the deterioration, it's a function of where PRASA is not able to cover the operating costs. And that's where then the comparison starts. But why is it PRASA, why is it Gautrain doesn't have vandalism and this and that and that? And it's expensive, it's exclusionary. By the way, sometimes when because this question always comes up, and I always say to people, but how come nobody has ever complained that SAA is expensive? SAA is public transport. It's owned by the state, right? But not all of us can afford to fly. That takes us to a different discussion about unemployment and poverty and all of that. Not that it's less important, but it's not for what we are discussing. So if PRASA can sort out the leadership issues, then we get to, they need to learn what level of service do they want to offer. If they are offering a service that costs 9 rand, you will have a system as it is in present day. Unless the government then is willing to co-fund, because what it is. So when they charge 9 rand, the true cost of the fare is probably about 50 or 60 rand. So what it means, the government actually is paying the other 51 rand. And now, can the government afford to do that? With Gautrain, the cost, as I mentioned, it's a function of the level of service. With Gautrain, contractually, between us and the concessionaire, because it's, in case you're not aware, it's a PPP. Contractually, our availability must be at 99.4%. That's availability. In fact, our punctuality must be at, sorry, it's the other way. Our punctuality is at 99.4. Our availability is at 99.8. So what does that mean? Is that when you are on a Gautrain, what you are paying for, there's a 99% chance that the train that you want to take will be available. In other words, it will actually arrive at the station. There's a 99% probability that it will arrive at the time it's supposed to arrive at. And that is what you pay for. You pay for the security on the system. With us, you never hear of someone getting mugged or robbed and things like that. What we do have, incidentally, is, for whatever reason, on weekends, couples fighting on the system. It's a very weird thing. It's always a man and a woman, someone is being dropped off, there's an argument, now we must be involved. It's a true story, I'm not even, right? The other issue that we had was, I think, and I don't know why, the issue of Toyotas being stolen, right? I mean, that's not a Gautrain problem, it's a universal South Africa problem. And we've reacted to that. So we had a few incidents where Toyotas were being targeted. So if you go to any Gautrain station now, we actually have designated parking for Toyotas. And it's got a different security regime. So when we discuss the fare, whether it's high or not, perhaps we should say, what are you getting for the fare that you pay? Incidentally, we partner with PRASA. We have various discussions. We're helping them, for instance, to implement a ticketing system. So we do share knowledge between us. So definitely we're not competing, we're part of building one integrated system. The network and the other airports, as I'd mentioned with the planned extensions, where you decide to locate a station has to translate into a business case. What do I mean by that? We then have to do demand, what is called demand modeling. So we actually have to model the anticipated uptake. So it's not as simple as saying because we have 5 airports or whatever the number is, therefore we must have a station. It's in and around, there's the airport, what is around the airport? And maybe it brings us back to the topic of today, the Aerotropolis. Because what an Aerotropolis does is, as much as you've got an airport, if you design it correctly, you have industries there, you have corporate offices, and then you have residential units. Then at least you have a base from which you can estimate the uptake, which then would then justify a station. As an example, the last phase of the extensions, I know the question wasn't asked, actually connects to Lanseria. And we didn't connect to Lanseria because it's just an airport. It was in and around the plans of the smart city. Because the airport itself doesn't give enough demand, because it would take us back to the earlier question about there's a cost of operating this thing. If there's no demand, you're then running it at a loss. And then suddenly you can't maintain it and all those things. So yes, definitely as the plans for the future, by the way, the feasibility is not static, so we're not saying this is the end of rapid rail. As an example, the current extensions as planned don't go to the south of Joburg, Vereeniging, Sedibeng, and all of that. But over time, we've now been alerted that there's a special economic zone that is planned for Sedibeng. I don't want to speak on their behalf. I think they also have a vision of an Aerotropolis, that side of the world. But that then gives something for us to connect to potentially. So as we update our feasibility studies, yes, there's potential to extend to other locations, but there has to be more than just the physical location of an airport. There has to be demand for the uptake. I think let me end it there.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Shange, for elucidating and explaining and answering all the questions that have been posed. I hope the couples that fight on the Gautrain are the unmarried ones, but Doc doesn't want. Colleagues, we will allow one panelist online to present, then thereafter we'll take a few questions and close the session. Thank you. Okay, our next panelist is Miss Witumelo Mpisi from the Dube Trade Port. Witumelo, please unmute and give us your talk.
I'm not sure whether you can hear me, Chairperson, but I've unmuted myself.
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. And unfortunate because we've been very disserviced by connectivity challenges. So one has not actually been able to attend the majority of the session. I was only called in now. But nonetheless, having listened just to the last speaker and also the program in terms of the direction that the session is taking, I am Witumelo Mpisi. I work for Dube Trade Port Corporation. We are an SOE of the provincial government. We are located around the King Shaka International Airport. Similar to other regions, we also have ambitions of developing an Aerotropolis, and we have started doing so through the development of King Shaka International Airport and also some of our industrial trade zones. I'm just going to be brief with this presentation. There wasn't much that was said to us from the side of the panelists, but just to perhaps take the colleagues through what we have done on the side of Dube Trade Port. So much has been spoken about, I would assume, just from evolution of cities, initially having other cities evolving through a seaport, a railway transport mode. But in essence, all cities have always evolved around some form of a transport node. And the 21st century cities have now sort of, develop around an airport as a fast means of transportation, movement of goods through the global network, and that's mainly been fueled also by the concept of or the phenomena of globalization. So that's how we also caught the wave as cities in the global south, specifically in KwaZulu-Natal as a province. So Dubai Airport, being a provincial entity, was then mandated to assist in the development of this airport city, and we undertook this jointly with South African Airways. And we then started the first phase, which opened up the international airport just in time with the World Cup that took place in 2010. And obviously, from a legislative perspective, we had the Dubai Trade-Port Corporation Act being the legislation that was underpinning the development. From also a provincial and legislative alignment, we sit under the SIP project, and support is given from a presidential support, and also from PGDS, the Provincial Growth and Development Strategy, and most of our mandate is around socio-economic development. So we are there, the airport is actually a major transport node, and we are supposed to actually develop the city around that airport. And our function has started mainly through the development of what we refer to as trade zones. Those are industrial platforms. We have roughly about 42 hectares of industrial platforms, which mainly attract light manufacturing, and we also have another one that we've recently opened 3 years ago. We refer to it as Trade Zone 2, and we also have agri zones, which is mainly focused on the agricultural element of trade. So this map essentially shows what we intend to do as Dubai Trade-Port within the next 50 years. We are probably 15 years into our journey. We have the King Shaka International Airport at the center, and surrounding that airport is the development that we are then facilitating as an SOE of government. But the majority of the land in where we are operating in is privately owned. So we've got the likes of Tonga Tulets that are co-developers with us, and they've developed the areas such as Konobia and further down through Umhlanga. And to the further north, we've got Balito, which has also been private sector led. And further inland, those are the rural areas of Due, Inanda, and so forth, that we are also responsible for their development as a government entity. Some of the pillars that drive the Aerotropolis development has been around economic opportunities, social objectives, and also the spatial objective. From an economic opportunities, we are mandated to create high-value economic activity through the industrial development and ensure that that economy is inclusive and small businesses are connected to the mainstream economy, whether downstream or upstream opportunities are given to them. So we have attracted FDIs such as Samsung, Future Life, through PepsiCo, and we've also attracted local industries that are operating there. So when these industries come on board, we take them through a due diligence that pre-qualifies them, and if they meet those criteria, then they're able to locate within our industrial zone. What I did forget to mention is that we're also an SEZ, so there's some sort of incentives and benefit that they're able to actually capture in our industrial zones. And we then work with these industries to identify if there are any input or output that they require from the local community, so that we can start to connect those small businesses and ensure economic opportunities are shared through the entire Aerotropolis space economy. From a spatial perspective, the current ethos of planning is one of a compact city. Fragmented development is discouraged at all costs, mainly because of the infrastructural obligations that are associated with it, and also from what we have inherited as a democratic government of South Africa. So we are for the principle of work, live, play. So in as much as we are developing this airport, we have mainly for the past 10 years focused on industrial opportunities, and is a need for us to provide residential opportunities. There has been some sort of challenges in as far as environmental conditions are concerned in terms of ERAs that prohibit us as a government entity to actually have residential opportunities within a certain radius of the airport, mainly because of noise impacts and so forth. But of recent, we've acquired a land parcel that's about 10 kilometers from the King Shaka International Airport, where we are now going to be providing those residential opportunities that people ought to be living in. Transport is obviously a key anchor of Aerotropolis, the airport itself, connectivity to the N2, to the ports, about 30 kilometers to the Durban port, and also to the Richards Bay airport. So those are some of the tactics that are required in order for us to develop this airport. It's a 50-year master plan from spatial, economic, and transformative benefits. What then underpins the development of this airport is what we call the lead initiatives that we have. We've got about 15 lead initiatives that we are driving as an SOE. The first one has been mainly around the industrial platforms that we have created that I spoke about, and also the inclusive agricultural programs that we have done through the agri-zones that we have at the airport. The human settlement has been lagging behind, but it's going to be coming on board through this land parcel that we've recently, purchased. Then the bulk infrastructure, in order for us to fuel this development, also comes on board as a key lead initiatives, and we are participating with the local authorities that are involved, specifically at Ethekwini municipality. They are busy trying to establish a regional wastewater treatment plant, which is going to see the decommissioning of smaller treatment plant and have one significant regional wastewater treatment for the northern area. The small business connector that we have spoken about, that we are trying to connect SMMEs that are operating within the area to the mainstream industrialists that are locating within our precinct. The program that we are going to be focusing on in the next coming years is specifically around the aviation maintenance, repairs, and operation. We briefly call it the MRO. Wherein that we have identified that given the fact that we've got King Shaka International Airport, but there isn't any maintenance that's taking place with our airlines that are coming through to King Shaka. And as such, there is an opportunity that we could have an MRO formulated within the area. We currently have a small scale one that's located in Virginia along the sea, but it doesn't maintain the Boeings that come on board through King Shaka. And as such, we are busy doing a feasibility study just for us to quantify the demand and be able to actually see if such would be feasible, obviously with the support of AXA as the core developer of Aerotropolis. Then some of the initiatives that come on board is alternative energy. We're busy undertaking a solar farm of about, I think it's about 3 hectares, just to also try address the energy crisis. But beyond that, it has always been part of our initiative that would have, alternative energies being provided within our industrial zones. This becomes more significant given the fact that most of the industrialists or manufacturers that are locating within our precinct are now having to prove a sustainability case, specifically to the ones that are exporting to international markets, they are more and more being required to demonstrate that the way in which they manufacture actually aligns with ESGs and sustainability principles, in the likes of CBAM, having an impact and so forth. Then I think more closely to the colleagues is the issue of the Aerotropolis Institute of Africa, which was identified as a lead initiative that we ought to undertake, and we're in partnership with the UKZN, where we have realized that if you are developing an aerotropolis, similar to how Schiphol in Amsterdam or Dubai has undertaken, you need to collaborate with academic institutions, universities and TVET, so that you can ensure that you've got the skills that are required to actually fuel the development that you are undertaking. The skills would be around aviation, logistics, tech and engineering, and also skills related to air hostess and so forth. So if you look at the international benchmark of Amsterdam, what they have is that they have partnered with the universities, and within the Aerotropolis region, they've actually located some of the learning hubs, so that whatever that the Aerotropolis needs from a skills perspective, it can easily have access to it within this hub that has been created. Over and above that, it also just fuels innovation, and it ensures that you can attract the relevant industries that can actually tap into these skills that you have provided in this particular region. So the partnership has been formulated with UKZN specifically. We do have sort of a vehicle that's trying to develop programs that can actually speak to the skills that be required, at the Aerotropolis. Then we have other initiatives that relates to the digital infrastructure. Currently, Dubai Trade Port provides networking services, but the aim is to actually provide all of this within the Aerotropolis region, so you can have connectivity and be able to bridge the digital divide. And we've seen that in today's modern world, connectivity is the essence of any development, in as much as bulk infrastructure is, but if you don't have internet connectivity. As far as different initiatives are concerned, and how we then intend to set. I will then maybe check interactions from the colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bidelo, for such an insightful talk. Colleagues, we open the floor for questions to our online community. I'm able to see on the chat, and I'm able to see your hands. If you have a question, please raise your hand. I will note you and take that question. For colleagues who are on site, questions for Ms. Buitumelo?
Cities like Cape Town. Cape Town, they did a sort of similar here, because now when you build all this land, you'll want more land than they can supply. Therefore, it will result in, the property values and inflations will go up. Therefore, how it is in Cape Town, because look at Constantia Park and Cape Flats, those places are not very far apart, but the way they live is very different. It contrasts deep. So then I ask, when it comes this side, wouldn't it raise property values and rents to a point where locals are being pushed out of their homes because they cannot afford the cost of living there?
Chair, through you, if you could just maybe after the questions with audio, I cannot hear a thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Buitumelo, for raising that. Colleagues, let's also keep the questions as brief as possible, so that I can be able to relate it to Ms. Buitumelo. Thank you. You may go ahead.
Yeah, I just have one question. How is the Dubai Aerotropolis related or interacting with the eThekwini municipality in terms of planning and funding? I'm asking this question because eThekwini, according to records, last developed a CITP, in fact an ITP in 2010. and there's no integrated planning at all with regard to the funding that would be assisting with the developments that you are looking at. Thank you.
Please briefly restate your question so I can write it to her.
How is the Dube trade port related to the eThekwini planning? Because I've noticed that the eThekwini municipality last developed an ITP that expired in 2010. And that is critical for the purposes of the funding that is done through the ITP, which would be assisting them. How do they relate? Do they have any relationship in terms of them accessing some of the funding that would have been accessed if they had the plans? Thank you.
Thank you. We had another question from Prof. Dube.
Thank you. Mine is to thank you for coming and giving us the information you did. We learnt a lot from this. UNISA is in the process of buying an airfield in the east of Pretoria, where we'll be doing lots of aviation operations. I would like us to continue the conversation, yourself and the Gauteng region of UNISA, going forward on how to collaborate. UNISA has coastal presence in Cape Town, in East London, in Durban. I would like us to explore ways of collaborating in some of the things that you are doing as the Dube Trade Port. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Any more questions, colleagues?
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm just going to be very brief on my question. My name is Miponi Sene Masalesa, ex-Regional Director, Gauteng. I'm so passionate about this topic. I think we started working on it because we had a need on the ground, especially in Gauteng. But my question directly to Boitumelo is that as AXA, I think you spoke about KZN, Dube Airport, but then the focus of Gauteng region being on Lanseria. I just want to understand the partnerships that you are talking about, because I see this as a three-pronged issue where the partnership could arise. Academic, so that they come with the final product of the conceptualization. And the technical part of it says to me, when are we saying this is Aerotropolis? Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Boitumelo, you may unmute.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If you could just maybe go through the questions for me, because I did indicate that I am having challenges with audio. I think the only one that they have put on the group is with regards to the relationship between Dube Trade Ports and its municipality, in as far as the IDP being last developed in 2013. And if Dube Trade Port is able to intervene from a funding perspective. With that one, given the fact that Dube Trade Port is operating within a municipal jurisdictions of eThekwini municipality currently, that's where our development has mainly been focused on. But the Aerotropolis itself cuts across 2 or 3 municipal boundaries. It also includes KwaDukuza and Indwedwe. But the first phase has been around eThekwini municipality, mainly because of where the airport has been itself, the physical infrastructure. So the collaboration is that in terms of the municipal governance and processes, every municipality is required to have an IDP within the term of every new council. So every 5 years, when we've got the elections, new council come on board, a new IDP gets developed as a strategic document that's going to guide the development of that municipality. So eThekwini has an IDP that's currently existing. It gets reviewed annually. And as part of its IDP and Spatial Development Framework, the SDF, our development is Dube Trade Port is featured in there, and we receive support from a statutory perspective and also from a funding perspective in terms of the bulk infrastructure that gets given, in support of this airport. So, for example, if we are unlocking our trade zone, so what we do as Dube Trade Port is that we have a master plan that identifies how our development is going to take place. We, in most cases, need to acquire the land from the private sector. So all the land that forms part of our master plan, we need to enter into negotiations with private sector. After acquiring that land, we then take the land through the processing, so giving it zonings and ERAs, and the municipalities involved in that process. Then after we've completed that, we now need to put in bulk infrastructure to service the land in order for the manufacturers or industrials to come on board and invest. So we then enter into partnership with the Tigray municipality. Either they are going to provide bulk infrastructure in terms of road, sewage, electricity, or water, and in most cases it's been on a shared basis where we contribute a certain element, they also contribute a certain element. It obviously then also is very much reliant on budget availability from the side of the local authority. In cases whereby they don't have budget because of other commitments and demands, we then as a provincial government would provide that service, build it, and after building it, then hand it over to local authority for them to continue with their maintenance and so forth. So that's the main question that I was able to catch. Chairperson, if you could just maybe take me through the others. Thank you.
Thank you. If I captured it correctly, the other question was, what partnerships does Dube Trade Port have in Gauteng, was it?
Okay, great. For the mere fact that Dube Trade Ports in the whole country is the only, sort of not EXA per se that runs a cargo facility. All the cargo facilities in South Africa are run by EXA, but in our specific case, Dube Trade Port is the only entity where we run the cargo at King Shaka International Airport, and the relationship that we have with EXA, which is mainly located within the Gauteng province, is around us, facilitating and operating that cargo facility. And to also state that it's the only cargo facility that has had zero losses in terms of its cargo operation since its opening in 2010. So those are the broad sort of relationship that I would say we have. But beyond that, we do have, industry peer learning relationships that we encourage and forge with different entities of government and private sector that are located within the Gauteng region. Thanks.
Thank you, Boitumelo, for answering those questions. Colleagues, we have challenges with our online audience capturing all the questions. Perhaps may I employ you to log on to the Teams, and then if there is a presenter who's online, you post your question there, because sometimes I have challenges capturing the question as the way that you may want it to be asked to the presenter. But anyway, thank you so much to our panelists, Boitumelo and Mr. Shange. I did not quite capture the first question, so what I'll do in the interest of time, I'll capture it and post it in the group, and then Boitumelo will respond, and then I'll relate it to the... You can deal with that. Oh, all right. Just quickly, in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw the young man is very passionate, so I thought let's answer. I think it's a very difficult and important question. So the question you're actually asking, and for the sake of time, I'll try. It's actually more to do with inequality, poverty, and unemployment. It's not as simple as saying development disempowers those who are poor. It's actually the opposite, and I'll try and explain it quickly. The Cape Town and Gauteng, I mentioned the uniqueness of Gauteng.
And naturally, where the opportunities, people migrate so that they can also benefit from those opportunities, whether it's be economic, financial, or otherwise. Gauteng, when we go to sleep today, there would have been 500 additional people who migrate to Gauteng. When we wake up tomorrow, there'll be another 500 people who migrate to Gauteng, looking for opportunities. So by its nature, what that does is it creates pressure on infrastructure, services, and so on. So the government is not able to respond quickly. So, and I'm trying to, because it's a very broad question, is the reason why the government does census every 5 years or however long it is so they can plan for the population that census report gives us. But when you have another 500 people that you don't know are going to be there tomorrow, it's very difficult. Now, the Cape Town, and I'm not defending the politics of the province. The reality is the failure of Eastern Cape to develop renders Cape Town having the same challenge as Gauteng, where they have rapid immigration from Eastern Cape in particular. So, and then you also then have Cape Town where you've got the mountain. It's great, it's a World Heritage Site. You've got the sea. So you actually have very limited land in Cape Town. So the issue of land in Cape Town is very unique, and that's why it's expensive. And of course, the government needs to do more. And most of it, by the way, is below sea level. You mentioned the Cape Flats and all of that. And that's why it gets flooded every winter, is that there's actually limited land. However, initiatives like the Aerotropolis, we mentioned that it goes beyond the airport. There's residential, there's corporate offices, there's industry. It allows us to actually start the redress of apartheid era spatial planning, because the issue is spatial planning. The map that the colleague showed, you can see you're building a whole new community. And within that, you are then able to, for instance, to cater for various income levels from a residential perspective. And also, we can't underestimate the impact of the property market in our economy. So we can't then collapse the property market, to try and make land cheaper. But in the long run, you actually create the opposite. You actually increase poverty, because by its nature, once you collapse an industry, anyone who's employed in that industry is suddenly out of a job. To grow an economy, you need infrastructure investment and build. And so, yes, you have construction jobs in the implementation phase. By its nature, it tapers off. But in the operating period, or once you have the infrastructure in place, you need people to operate and maintain it. Maybe just by way of example, the issue of the Gautrain and how much it costs and all of that. At present, to operate the Gautrain, we need 2,100 people on a daily basis. Within that, there's a lot of procurement to maintain the different parts, the uniforms, and whatever else that we, as part of the commitment we have in our contract, we have something called the socio-economic development regime, where there are targets that the operator must meet, and we've exceeded them throughout the history of the Gautrain. So 2,100 might not seem a lot, but let's remove the Gautrain. Where are those people employed? It's not a ceiling with the inequality, poverty, and unemployment. And the only way to do that is to invest in infrastructure, which creates jobs and grows an economy. A growing economy is able to absorb more people to work. Thank you.
I'm not sure whether it's back to me, Chair, but to what the previous speaker shared, I completely agree and share majority of his sentiment. What we are seeing now as African City, and the reality that we have to live with as government and also practitioner, is a high or rapid urbanization. It's estimated that in 2050, about 80% of African population will be residing in cities. So they're migrating from rural areas, searching for these economic opportunities. And the question, or the fundamental question, is, are African cities ready to deal with this? The focus of government to develop secondary cities, which can act also as, absorbent of this influx of population, as opposed to people only migrating to 3 metropolitans within South Africa, being Cape Town, Durban, and Johannesburg. But The Aerotropolis itself as a concept holds great opportunities. However, in South Africa, I mean, in as much as you have it, there are also other structural issues that are hampering its potential and its ability to accelerate, at the rates that we've seen internationally. If you look at Dubai and you compare what we call Aerotropolis, or you look at different from what we are doing, and also the pace that we are picking, we are going at it is quite slow. I totally agree with infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. It's an undisputed fact. And also the role of the private sector having to come on board and leveraging the bulk infrastructure in order for them to grow. But till such time that we are able to address some of the fundamental structural issues that are related to energy, logistics and transport, migration issues that the speaker spoke about, there will be challenges in us being able, you see the airport itself, when you're getting inside the airport, there's even a cinema located within the airport. You come outside of the airport, within its sphere of influence, you see industries endlessly there, high value adding industries, you see tech industries being located there. With us, we are coming, but we are not growing at the pace that's required, to make a meaningful contribution. If you look at our existence as Dube Trade Port and some of the contribution that we've made in terms of unemployment within the region, I think the last stat that we had, created about 13 to 15,000 permanent employment, either directly or indirectly through our industries. I'm not factoring in the temporary jobs that come in through construction and so forth. So it is a reality, and we have to, prepare ourselves as global South cities to compete on international scale, and the Aerotropolis promises, that ability to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Mpisi, for that contribution. Colleagues, we have come to the end of session one, and may we express our gratitude to our presenters. Thank you. Chair, over to you.
Thank you so much. Let's give another encouraging, warm round of applause to our moderator and our panelists. We've endured a lot this morning. Our plane was grounded for a while. We couldn't achieve liftoff. As sometimes we encounter these things, but eventually we did achieve liftoff, and we are moving swiftly ahead. We have some very, very special gifts for our panelists. We will ensure that for our panelists who are appearing online, that your gifts are couriered to you. And since I'm a Durban girl, I think I could even hand deliver the one to the Dube Trade Port. And we would like to call on Dr. Erin Nodia to hand over those special gifts.
Can our speakers join us on stage? And our moderator. Doc, where are you? Our photographer. Can I have another one? thank you very much. Thank you, RD. Colleagues and friends, this is how we are going to eat. I think the sugar is low now. It needs to be increased a bit. Can I request that our ushers, Ludic, this side, those who are wearing white shirts, please come so that they can follow you. We are going to take you table by table. There's a serving station this side and the serving station another side. So I am going to request. Akukho. Somebody is sabotaging us. What is happening here? Pardon? Okay, colleagues, this is what is going to happen now. 5 minutes. They say 5 minutes, then I think we can do with 5 minutes. Colleagues, you can just relax. Remember, another aim why we are here is for us to network. So do not go out having not spoken to somebody that looks unfamiliar to you. You can just go and say, my name is Mangele Nduli, I'm from UNISA, I'm doing 1, 2, 3, and who are you? And then you start the conversation. Happy lunch. members who are going to continue with this session. Over to you, Prof. Dube.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, colleagues. How are we doing? Don't let the lunch disappoint you. We shall deal with that food. It will not run away from us. The kitchen will not, sabotage us. We'll deal with the food. Don't worry. We'll try and go through this next session as expeditiously as we can. We'll expedite and we'll get there. I'd like to call Dr. Ayodele Ojadakun from University of Johannesburg and Dr. Mutsa Mkangavari to come join us up here. Dr. Mutsa is from the International Committee of the Red Cross. We all know the International Committee of the Red Cross. Do we know it? We don't, because we don't necessarily have a war in South Africa, so we don't know who they are. They do lots of work globally. When we start fighting each other, or when we get bombarded like we are in Gaza, we would see them coming in to offer humanitarian aid. But today we're trying to marry the law of war together with the concept of an aerotropolis. Right, so these are my two panelists today. I will just give a brief overview of why we conceptualized this session, and then I will ask them to come up and speak for a few minutes, just give the high-level highlights of their talk according to the order they appear in the program, and then I will then lead them with questions before we open the floor for a Q&A session. We are discussing the Aerotropolis today, and in the context of South Africa, the issues we're going to discuss might sound foreign. Why? Because if you fly into Lanseria right now or Tambo, you are likely not going to find the airspace closed. It will be open. If it's closed, it could be weather related. It would not be because there's a conflict. But we have Sudan, we have Goma, where my captain was operating, where the M23 rebels overran that space and it had to be shut down. It's such concerns as an African continent that we must deal with, that we must concern ourselves with, to say, yes, we're existing during peacetime right now, but elsewhere, there are goods which are destined for South Africa, which can't take off because rebels have overrun the place. There are goods somewhere which can't take off because terrorists have flown drones into that airspace and therefore it has to shut down. So that is the linkage between what we're doing here as an aerotropolis and the law of war, otherwise known as international humanitarian law. My esteemed panelists, the floor is yours, one after the other. Give us your high-level highlights in your presentation, and then I will enter with the leading questions before we open the floor for Q&A. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me. Okay, so the idea of war, I'm sure to some of us, it's an abstract concept. Why? Because South Africa is not in a state of war, right? But of course, we see these situations in when we watch our news channels, right? And perhaps for some of us who might even love watching war films, right? I've got examples, Beast of No Nations, for those who have, watched those kinds of movies. So what am I saying in essence is that gone are those days when parties to conflict fight outside cities, right? In contemporary times, parties to conflict, they fight within cities. So they've brought the war to our doorsteps. And the implication of this is that the implication of military operations being conducted within our cities is that it actually, gives rise to increased civilian casualties, right? Prolonged disruption of essential services, just like the issue of airport now, just like what he said, the airspace been shut down, right? And then let me bring this to the reason why we are here. IHL specifically protects civilians and civilian objects, so to speak, our airport in situations like this. Why? Because they are not military objective. They cannot be attacked. But in recent conflicts, we find these situations happening. We find parties to armed conflict attacking, airport, seizing control, taking control over airport. Take, for instance, the M23 in Goma, the situation, the Khartoum International Airport in Sudan. There are so many examples of, of situations like that. So, when parties to conflict, when they attack, these facilities, right, they are actually violating the basic, foundation, the principles of international humanitarian law. And briefly, I'll just, highlight them just for the sake of our friends from high school, just so that they can also have interest in international humanitarian law. I promise you, we are peaceful people. So the fact that we study law of war does not mean we love violence, right? But we do this just so that we can help people that find themselves in situations of armed conflict. So one of the principles of IHL is the principle of distinction, which provides that parties to conflict shall at all times distinguish between civilians and combatants. So by combatant, I mean, armed forces, the SANDF, for instance, if South Africa is in a state of war, right? And also civilian objects, that is objects that are being used by civilians, right? And military objectives. You cannot attack, say for instance, UNISA. UNISA is a civilian object. You cannot attack UNISA, right? But military barracks, you can attack them. Why? Because they are military objectives. Another principle of IHL, right, that is fundamental to the protection of civilians is the principle of precautions, which provides that parties to the conflict shall at all times ensure that they avoid or minimize, loss of civilian lives. And, the principle of precaution provides that before you launch an attack, you have to do your due diligence, your assessment. What am I attacking? Is it a military objective? Is it a civilian object, so to speak, like the airport in this instance? But unfortunately, in recent conflicts, most parties don't even do this assessment. If they do, they find reasons to, of course, they would claim that we did our precaution assessment, but then we find this overly permissive interpretation of the law to justify attack on such buildings, on such objects. And then the third principle that I would also like to speak about is the principle of proportionality, which provides that incidental loss to civilian lives and civilian objects must not outweigh your military advantage that you're trying to achieve. So there must be a balance. But in recent conflicts, in urban warfare, we find out that civilians are the ones who are suffering the most. They are the ones, who have been killed. You find out, just a quick Google search of some cities on Google now, all you see is destructions. Why? And this is because parties to conflict are not, complying with the principles, with the basic principles that regulate IHL. So briefly, I'd just like to speak on some of the issues that we face during urban warfare. And one of these issues is the use of heavy explosive weapons in cities. So when you use heavy explosive weapons, dropping some missiles from the sky, hoping that the effects will be limited to the military advantage that you're trying to attack. The truth is there will be collateral damages. The truth is civilians will be affected. Although IHL does not expressly prohibit the use of, heavy explosive weapon, but the ICRC, has cautioned against the use of this, means of warfare in urban warfare. And another reason why the use of heavy explosive weapons is an issue in contemporary conflict is because these weapons, they are indiscriminate. They cannot actually distinguish between civilians and combatants. They cannot distinguish, right? The principle of precaution says, if at all you want to attack a military objective, at least give warning to the civilians within or around that area. But most times you find out that parties will tell you that, we give you 2 hours to evacuate this area. What about their livelihoods? What about their properties? How do you expect someone to just leave within 2 hours? These are the realities. These are the issues that we face during urban warfare. Another issue that I must stress or point out is the issue of new technology. New technology, particularly we are in the era of autonomous weapon systems, right? So these are weapons that can independently select their target and execute their target. There's a very big issue. There's a very, big challenge with the issue of, autonomous weapon systems. Although for some, they would argue that, AWS, autonomous weapon system, is the reality now. But how can we effectively, use autonomous weapon systems in urban areas? Can weapons that has the capacity to, without human intervention, can such weapons distinguish between a civilian and a combatant, right? If in the context of international armed conflicts, yes, we say, maybe for combatants, they wear uniforms, yes, maybe those weapons can be programmed to identify this issue. But what about in non-international armed conflicts, where non-state armed groups don't wear uniform? Can these weapons, can they distinguish between an ordinary civilian and a member of an organized armed group? So these are the issues that we face. Although it is a reality, and it is, in my own personal opinion, I think in this era, more needs to be done. And why am I sharing this? Of course, we've got, this is also a call on military personnel, right, and state to also train their soldiers on these basic rules of IHL so that we can prevent and ensure protection of lives, and as well so that our airports can be protected, so that they wouldn't disrupt airport activities. So on a final note, aviation, right, in the theater of war is a very important issue, and we are in difficult times, I have to tell you. And for those of us in this room, I'm sure maybe what might be going on in our mind is, but we don't really need this. South Africa is peaceful, we're not fighting, right? Let me use Qatar as an example, right? When Iran actually launched a missile with a hope that they actually want to strike the US base located in Qatar. Qatar is also peaceful. They are not in conflict, right? But what happened, as a result of that missile that was launched, they had to shut down their airspace. So whether we're in conflict or not is not the issue, right? So, but then IHL, as it is, start from peacetime. I'm sure the ICRC, most of their works, they do it during peace times, right? So it starts with us. So on this note, permit me to end, and I look forward to answering our questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doc. I will invite Dr. M. You know, the reason I struggle, I knew her surname differently, nice and short, and then she changed it, and then it confuses me every time. So I call her Dr. M.
That works. That works. There we go. Thank you so much, Prof. Dube, and good afternoon to everybody. I think on behalf of the International Committee of the Red Cross, I wish to extend thanks to UNISA for the invitation and for always including us in your programs. For those of you who don't know, the International Committee of the Red Cross is an international humanitarian organization. Our exclusive mandate is humanitarian in nature, so we respond to situations of armed conflict or armed violence. And our work spans from doing diplomacy, that is humanitarian based, to delivering humanitarian assistance on the ground. We are physically present in almost every conflict in the world today, and our largest operations, in fact, just over 40% of our budget is spent in Africa alone. So we have a lot of stories from Africa. I'm the deputy head of the regional delegation for Southern Africa, so I will give you a reflection a little bit from kind of a little bit more than Ekhululeni or Johannesburg. When Prof. Dube asked me about this topic, I'd heard the word Aerotropolis before, but I hadn't really thought about it beyond just thinking about investment and infrastructure and engineering. And it's actually, the more I read about it, the more I realized, oh, this is what we do all the time. And as Dr. Ayo said, the problem with the Aerotropolis, in my view, and as a humanitarian, is it plays exactly into the hands of certain unlawful military tactics that we see today. If you were an unprincipled commander of a military and you wanted to exact maximum damage, an Aerotropolis is the perfect place to do it, because you can immediately cripple the airspace. We've spoken about what has happened, what we saw in Goma. Some of you were present there. We see it now in Khartoum. As a matter of interest, as ICRC, we had heaps, and I mean tons, kilotons of humanitarian assistance that was stuck in Port Sudan that we could not get to the rest of Sudan for over a year because we did not have access to the Khartoum airport. We couldn't access anything by road because it was too dangerous. The vaccines would expire. So we literally lost heaps and heaps of money simply because we couldn't access an airport. And this is the day-to-day reality of what it means to not have access to these kind of facilities. So an Aerotropolis has got this impact of bringing everything together that is civilian life, whether you're talking about value chain systems, you're talking about electricity, we spoke about connectivity this morning, and all of those are the type of things you want to cripple if you're an unprincipled commander. And unfortunately, in today's world, we are seeing more and more tactics that are unlawful, that are prohibited by IHL, and yet continue to be done. So I think I won't spend too much time talking about explosive weapons because I think Dr. Ayo has covered it, but allow me just to say one thing about it. In urban warfare today, the types of weapons that are used that are explosive in nature are not new. They are not illegal, by the way. They are very legal, but they were created to be deployed in very remote areas. So you can have one missile that is a single munition that is deployed and that might have a wide area impact. So in other words, the bomb blast can last up to kilometers in radius. Now, if you're in an open field, that's fine. That's normal according to the law. But if you deploy that missile in Ekhululeni, suddenly you've got massive civilian casualties. You've crippled the electricity system. You've probably affected hospitals. The roads can't be accessed. Suddenly, the damage is 100 times more. That's the problem with the weapon. So, ICRC's messaging today has been these types of weapons, that are legal should not be used in densely populated areas. So a point that I'd like to reiterate is the type of weapon you use when you talk about Aerotropolis is very, very important. Then there are two other issues that I want to raise. The one is an issue of infrastructure. I followed very closely the discussions in the G20 Infrastructure Working Group. Really wonderful advances, very similar to some of what we heard today. But every time I sit in these meetings and I think about impact bonds and blended bonds and these wonderful financial instruments, the first thing I think about is my world, where I see things being destroyed. I hear about investments being made, but I see those investments destroyed in a matter of seconds. And as ICRC, we are increasingly calling on governments to say, think about protecting your investment. And one of the ways to protect your investment is to ensure that the law is working. If the law does not work, then your investment is not secure. What you build, it doesn't matter how amazing that wonderful city is going to be, it will be destroyed in a matter of seconds or in a matter of months. I know many of you have seen the images of some of the conflicts that have been raging, entire cities razed to the ground in an unbelievable matter, piles of concrete left. That can happen, and so the law has to work. And then the last point is when you develop an Aerotropolis, you need to take into account the principle of distinction. So you have to make sure that your buildings are not in close proximity to military targets. This seems obvious, but if you look around and you think about Pretoria, think about where Arms Corps is. It's very close to hospital, no? Think about some of the places that you go, think about the military bases. So if those are legitimate targets and there's civilian life and objects around it, it makes it very insecure. So when you're building and designing an Aerotropolis, it has to be, you have to ensure that there can be distinction and that objects of civilian nature are not in close proximity with military bases or military objects. And also I think the last thing I'll say is even in the type of infrastructure that we use, and I think this is where there's probably room for a bit more discussion, Prof, is around how do you design infrastructure that is a bit more resilient to attack? We've seen this happen in the area of natural disasters. We've seen that you can design buildings that can withstand earthquakes and so forth. How might you design buildings that are perhaps a bit more resilient to bomb blasts and the likes? I think there's a lot of room for that conversation to be had. We have a lot of smart people in the room, and I'm sure an answer can come up from that. And I think this is something that we need to encourage, because if you take, for example, something as small as a precision guided missile, so something that is able to take out a target with absolute accuracy, even that missile can be affected by thunder, by electricity, by rain, by all sorts of things. And so if you're not able to anticipate that, it's very challenging for you. So I think my call is really three things, Prof, is firstly, the law has to work. And even as non-lawyers, we're really encouraging as ICRC that people continue to stand up for what the law says. Secondly, ensure that distinction is maintained in the design of an Aerotropolis. And finally, think about innovation in design and how you can innovate in a way that can withstand future attacks. I think I'll leave it there, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. M. That was nice and succinct. The relationship between the law of war and the concept of the Aerotropolis. I will allow the floor 3 questions, but I have some leading questions for them. What mechanisms exist to ensure accountability for airstrikes in urban areas, especially when civilian infrastructure is affected? Number 2, how can aviation be used to support humanitarian relief and evacuation efforts during urban conflict? And then we'll take questions from the floor, 3 of them. I know, colleagues, we might have been rattled by the law of war. We're not at war. We're just preparing for the future. Mr. Lenting, gentleman over here. Then there's a space for one more hand.
Thank you to both speakers for the insightful presentations. I think given the time that we're in, where we see warfare now moving to the cyberspace as well, I just wanted to ask, you both spoke on the importance of the principle of distinction within IHL. If you could just elaborate on where IHL stands in terms of the use of software, artificial intelligence, specifically in the context of a dual use, because it's both civilian and military, and how that would then influence warfare, because if these technologies are being used, which we know currently is being used by certain countries, supported by private entities, which are then stored in civilian storage units, does then that breach the barrier between a civilian object now into a military object? Because then that would then change how the physical distinction and then the cyber distinction, because then does that open those technologies to attack on the basis that they are being used in a military purpose? Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman over here.
Yes, thank you for the presentations. I'd like to address myself to both of the panelists. One with regard to the aviation. Currently, I think there's a challenge with the technologies, especially when you think of drones. When you see the types of drones that are being used in conflicts, most of them are actually developed as civilian drones. The very same drone that is used to take as a camera for a wedding now is being used for weapons. So the question is, how do we deal with that aspect when we talk about aviation? And of course, in South Africa, we have a very strict regulatory environment on drones. But the second question, it talks to the question of looking at new technologies, resilient infrastructure. In South Africa, I think that's the case in greater part of the continent. We are traditionalists. We do not accept new technologies despite the fact that they have been tested. As the example is wood. Nobody wants to use wood to build, despite the fact that it's used in places like Japan and with many years of buildings, over 1,000 years of wooden structures standing, but we don't want to accept it. How do we change that mindset to make sure that we are able to respond to what we are calling for? Thank you.
Right, thank you. Another hand.
Thank you. My name is William Spanzer. There is this saying that in the past, guns or weapons were created to fight war, but nowadays wars are created to sell guns. So, what are there any learnings that we have picked from some of the challenges that we have faced in terms of trying to emit that humanitarian aid in light of planning in those Aerotropolis in terms of designing or designating an area which would be maybe, for instance, an airstrip which will be used to land for those aircrafts that would be used to give out that humanitarian aid. In light of the fact that we of the belief from the studies that in the not so distant future, those Aerotropolis will be highly populated, meaning in a way whereby we're now planning for future, we should plan for war, so that when doing those town planning, we have those airstrips for humanitarian aid. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. One last question goes to any lady. All my interlocutors have been male, and I'm going to force transformation by force. Ladies, one question, please. Represent. You are there in the theater of war. There are female soldiers. We're dealing with issues of war here. Where are the ladies in the house? Hmm? You are refusing to cooperate in terms of transformation. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. I'm actually trying to think if it's a question that I need to ask because I don't know how to define it, but I work with a lot of communities and I go around a lot talking to young people. In the areas I go to, there's a lot of gangs that are happening. Now, the interesting part is some of these young people are from very, how can I say it, not wealthy, but middle class. The families, the mother is a doctor, the father is a teacher, they are okay. We cannot say it's the poverty stricken for them to be motivated to be in gangs. Now it beats me all the time because now the challenge is these are the same people tomorrow we call rebels. You know, how do we deal with these issues? It's a concern from the areas we deal with. Kids who are, you know, they are okay, they are well taken care of because I understand the mindset will automatically think they should be coming from informal settlements, they should be poverty stricken at home. That's why they are against us. But in this case, they're well off. So that's a situation that has been a concern to me. And I really don't know because I believe we are all supposed to be partakers in coming up with solutions. How do I deal with this one? How do we deal with this one at a very young age for these kids?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will allow my two panelists to come up and answer. When they are done, I will come in and close the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those questions. I would like to address the question of accountability first. And speaking about accountability, I prefer that we adopt the preventive mechanisms, right? I mean, if only state can adopt the preventive mechanisms by following the principles of IHL, then the issue of accountability won't become a subject of discussion, right? But parties to conflict don't, comply with these principles, then of course you have to speak about accountability. And one of those, measures, accountability measures, is under international criminal law, where I've been speaking about the concept of individual criminal responsibilities, holding commanders responsible for every violations of the law, right? And regarding this, there's an international, that's where the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court comes into play, right? So that is one of the accountability measures. And another thing is under the principle of, permit me now, this is Latin, I'm Yoruba from Nigeria, so I may not be able to pronounce this Latin very well. So it's called the principle of egna omnis, right? I'm sure Prof understand what I'm saying. So what it means is that universally, parties to a treaty, right, having a universal obligations, right, regarding the principles of international humanitarian law. So states can hold one another, right, responsible, right? So that is one of the accountability measures. And the issue of political, another measures that can be taken is through diplomatic measures. So those are the accountability measures, and then reparations as well. So that is one of it as well. So that answers the part about accountability. And then speaking about cyber warfare, thank you for asking that question, because that's that's one of the areas I'm currently working on. So it gave me so much joy when you raised that question. So speaking about cyber warfare, on the issue of distinguishing between civilian objects and military objectives, because most infrastructures are jointly used. Now that we're even speaking about Aerotropolis and everything, it is very easy for a party to a conflict to hack into, let's say, electricity grid, and shut down the entire, the power supply of the entire city. Parties to the conflict, maybe for dams that are, powered, through cyber means, they can actually hack into those, those infrastructures. I mean, they can open up the dam. Let us think about the damages that can occur as a result of those, of those actions. However, on the international stage, right, states are really polarized on this discussion of cyber warfare, right? And the question is, what constitutes cyber warfare in itself? Under IHL, some states have the opinion that only attacks that result in, only cyber warfare, right, that result in death or destruction of properties should qualify as cyber warfare, right? While some states are of the opinion that even loss of functionality of an infrastructure should be considered as an attack under IHL, right? And I believe, that's the ICRC's position as well. Because thinking about it, right, limiting attacks, limiting attacks, to such, limiting the protection of IHL to only attacks that result in loss of heads, it's going to be a great disservice in situations whereby, say for instance, you hack into, let's say, the electricity grid that I mentioned earlier on. What about hospitals that rely on those, on the power supply? What about people on machines that run on electricity? So those effects can, it may not be a direct consequences of, of those actions, but indirectly, right, it also affects, indirectly leads to loss of, destruction of properties and all, right? So to conclude that part, I also want to mention on the issue of the extinction, the ICRC has the, digital emblem, right? So the issue, the discussions regarding digital emblem is just to identify hospitals whereby you can hack into or you can tamper with objects, right, being owned by an hospital because it is a civilian it is a civilian object, right? And also on the international stage, we're also having issues regarding data. Is data an object? So it is a very big issue. For some, they believe that objects, the idea of objects should be physical, right? But we're in 2025. Data is also an object, if we think about it, right? So these are the nuances, on international stage. And my opinion is that the discussions regarding this Aerotropolis discussion is very important. We have to put into consideration cyber aspect of it as well. Because in the rest, the idea is just, the idea is it is a smart city, right? Running on probably internet, you can have, you understand what I'm saying. So in those instances, opening up the cyber capability of this city can also open up this city to attacks during conflict. Thank you so much.
I think I'll try and group the questions, maybe starting with Prof, your question about the role of aviation in humanitarian relief. In fact, I think it's, in my personal view, it's indispensable. We are simply, as humanitarians today, not able to operate, particularly in Africa, without the aviation industry. The road network just does not permit it. It is not developed enough, so we are not able to move our goods without aircrafts, whether it's a helicopter or a larger aircraft. And we're simply not able to land in many places. There's no airstrips even. So there are contexts where we do what we call food drops. So we will go as low as we can and we just drop the food in an open space, and that's the best that we can do. So I think there's a lot of dialogue that needs to take place between aviation and humanitarian relief services. And an interesting anecdote is for the ICRC, if I hazard a guess, I would probably estimate that close to 50% of the relief that we do uses South African aviation, actually, whether it's private pilots or some of the companies that we have. And most of them have military experience. It's very convenient, not required, but very convenient. And so I think it's indispensable. I dream of a time when the aviation industry will also reflect on the law, where we need to introduce a bit more of the law, and that's why this idea about the Aerotropolis is so important, because it's about their protection as well. So that's an interesting point. Dual use objects. This is not prohibited in law, by the way. There is nothing that prohibits the use of dual use objects. So you can have a drone operator who uses his drone to deliver pizza by day and to deliver, a bomb by night. So there's nothing inherently in the law that prohibits that. But I think the key thing with a lot of the dual use objects is, again, the purpose for which you are using it at the time. So it's almost like a revolving door. So you have to do a legal analysis of what exactly is it being used for? Is it being used according to the principles of IHL, the ones that Dr. Ayo spoke about, proportionality, distinction, and this is ultimately the legal question. There's so many things that have changed in technology, but the law itself continues to apply. And this is the same that it applies when you're talking about drones. Someone spoke about drones. One of the most common drones that is being used nowadays is, in fact, a drone that was designed for civilian use, and it is a drone that's called a first-person view drone. And it basically tries to emulate a pilot, and so what you see through the drone as a drone operator is almost through a very low-resolution camera. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is when you start to look at the assessment of distinction. How clear is your image? Can you distinguish somebody who looks like Mutsa from someone who is Mutsa? And if your resolution is too low, then it doesn't meet the criteria. So Article 36 of Additional Protocol 1 of the Geneva Convention gives us guidance as to how you can review weapons so that you're looking at their technical capabilities to ensure that they are inherently capable of distinguishing targets. And that is the exercise we do. We look at drones. What is the element of it? Is it clear enough? Are you able to distinguish? How does the operator take accountability? And that's how we decide whether a particular weapon meets the standards or not. Lastly, the issue of culture and rollout. It's actually a very brilliant question. I don't know what the answer is, but I can share my reflections of, a similar lesson. When we started doing, I've done a lot of food assistance projects in very rural communities, not in South Africa, but in very war-torn places. And I remember when we used to start my career, you would arrive in your bags of maize meal, plum peanuts, food that's nutritious, that's been approved somewhere in Switzerland, and you give it to people. And we noticed nobody would eat it. It would all land up in the market. Someone is selling it, no one would buy it, and it would just rot. And we were like, what do we do? Like, why are people hungry? Are they not hungry? And we started to realize that before you can roll out anything, you need community buy-in. And what we've started doing as the ICRC is community-based work. So we don't go into an area and just do anything. We always consult groups of people. And in my view, Africa has an absolutely untapped resource in the form of its chiefs. There are a lot of chief communities that are extremely influential. And so if ever I was to roll out an infrastructure project, that is where I would start. Speak with the chiefs, do some community consultations, speak to school teachers, to hospitals, to midwives, all of these people. Get their input first before you bring in the engineers and all the tech. I think my personal experience is that has worked for us, and I think that's something that's perhaps missing. And I wonder if there ever would be a day when we have, someone, who is, as smart as the engineers who have spoken to us this morning, doing some community engagement. I don't know how they would communicate some of what they do, but I certainly think there's room for it, and it'd be something worth trying. Thank you.
I know I tried to be stingy and I said 3 questions. But the bishop in me says I must be generous. And just open up to just quick questions or comments from the floor. Yes, there's one here. Can I see another hand, please? The ladies are representing now. There's a hand at the back, 2 hands at the back. So we'll start with the lady, and then we go to the 2 gentlemen at the back.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think, number one, I was triggered by the fact that you're saying women must talk now. And just know that we sometimes take time to process, especially whereby you are talking about the war. We actually think about it as it's happening now before we can think about other things. But what is interesting that I pick up from the presentation of Dr. M.M., I've taken that from you, is that I'm not sure if I'm right, because she spoke about what I can call a disadvantage in terms of an aerotropolis arrangement, to say that if there is a war, there could be a massive damage to infrastructure, because there is logistics, everything is like in one place. Now I'm just thinking, because we have been loving this idea of Aerotropolis, and then I think as Swani, very busy working on it in Lanseria Airport, forgetting about OR Tambo. But now it means that we can easily be in danger now that the global politics are changing. America, that Trump, and then now we have Israel and the other side. So we could be the next target. So, Madam Didi, it says no more Aerotropolis because seems we are in danger. If they attack, then maybe to add more on it, because it really raised some concerns in me. Not stopping it, but just picking up the danger, and maybe for advice later. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We go to the gentleman at the back.
Thank you very much. Good morning. With regards to the issues of war, it makes one shudder in this day and age. How is the intervention from the government to government, intervening on that? Because we cannot be talking about the advancement of Aerotropolis and all of that on one hand, and still talking about wars as if we are in the old age. Thank you very much. That's my submission.
Thank you. The last hand at the back, and then we allow them to answer.
Good day. My question was centered around our discussion from a little bit earlier. It isn't so much about the risks that are involved with having an Aerotropolis. Sorry, if I could put it that way. My question is, what plans do we have in place, say, for people where this development will be taking place? Say you choose a site to have where you're going to develop your Aerotropolis or your economy. Say you come with a lot of money and you give the person who stays there a lot of money for their land, and they use that money because they've, and African people generationally, we have not actually been well equipped to sustainably, how can I say this, manage wealth. So I can have a lot of money, I sell my property, and then I don't understand how I can use it to further grow or develop my entire family. But I have inherited the land, perhaps. Another thing, there's companies in the country that Okay, sorry. Is there also a criteria for that chooses? Because there's a serious. I believe there's somewhat a crisis. I'm attempting a degree for the second time. The first time I attempted my degree, I was with a group of students. Some more than 60% of them are working outside of the country. So they are skilled, they got their qualification, but they're not applying it in this country. Say the How train, I was just trying to do some background information. The company that, I don't know if it is the lead company, but I see there was the Bombella Trust involved, but I can also see there was Murray and Roberts that was involved in the construction of the infrastructure for the How train. Is there a criteria that can say, I get a qualification in this country, I become a skilled somebody, and then I can apply my skills within my area without having to go outside, and then the people who come and develop the area here are from another country, so money basically leaves the country, so I have to import skills for skills that I actually already had, but I couldn't retain those skills because I don't know how the availability...
Okay, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up. Yes, yes. Okay, one absolute last hand, this gentleman over here. My sister, I'm sorry, we will have to engage over lunch. I'm being told it's a woman and I called on women to speak. Let's keep it tight. 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity. Without being, I don't know, maybe being rude or anything, but I have a question for Dr. MM. Dr. MM, does the ICRS also focus on within the country's war? Like right now, it's gun violence everywhere and so on and so on. Do you guys mostly focus outside or also within? Because war can also erupt within us. We can start with it. We can study. Okay. So, and another one is, yes, also, what's happening with the ones that do not comply? Professor Ayo said, Dr. Ayo said that people who I think dispute between two parties have to comply with something. Do you guys take them to the ICJ? What do they face? What punishment do they face?
Okay.
And do they stop that?
Thank you. My sister?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My question is based on the Aerotropolis laws. As the speakers spoke about that, I wanted to know more about the laws, like, for instance, in South Africa, the laws that are around Aerotropolis. Do we have laws that protect it? And if we do have the laws, I want to know what the laws are. And let's say if I was in a foreign country and I wanted to really attack the Aerotropolis in this country, how do I attack them? As you said, there are laws that cover them and protect them. If I want to deliver a missile, where do I attack if I can't attack the Aerotropolis? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, my sister. Colleagues, we can quickly round up. These are straightforward questions requiring straightforward answers.
Very quickly, I think the ICRC's primary mandate is in situations of armed conflict. That is it's a legal calculation as to when violence on the ground has crossed a particular threshold for us to legally say it is an armed conflict. But that's the letter of the law. In reality, we are often present on the ground and can see a situation deteriorating. A good modern example is Haiti. So Haiti, for a long time, if you've been following the news, gang violence, it was not deemed legally an armed conflict, but the violence has escalated to a threshold that it's now deemed, and that's when the ICRC comes in. It doesn't mean when there's gangs, etc., there's no work for us to do, but our mandate is derived from states and from the Geneva Conventions, which deal only with armed conflict. The last question, I think, is a very good question for those that are doing the development planning, I think. As far as I know, I don't know that there are special laws around Aerotropolis, but I certainly think there's room for these conversations to happen. And it would not be possible to distinguish the laws per area. It's simply not practically possible, but there are probably ways that you can strengthen protection for those, and certainly at an accountability level. So it's something worth looking at. I'll leave it there.
Dr. Ayo is covered. And thank you for your questions. But can I respond to the gentleman at the back when he talked about how we develop Aerotropolis, and you talked about people not knowing how to manage wealth. Mine is to caution us. My grandfather was a very rich man. He had 12 wives. For you to have 12 wives, you must be a rich man. He had cows, he had chariots, he had horses. Where do we take this mentality that we don't know how to manage wealth as black people? That's my parting shot. I am told that lunch is ready. They will come and tell us how we go to lunch. But I heard through the grapevine that if you have not engaged with that survey that we asked that you engage with this morning, when you get there, the lunch container will not open. And for the attention that you gave us, we truly appreciate each and every one of you. Okay, once this procedure is done here, we will give instructions on the order of takeoff to go towards the serving tables. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain. I can see that you are flying this plane very well. Colleagues, can I call upon the RD to come and hand the gifts? We're just appreciating you for the good work that you have done. We are so much educated. You don't have it. Okay. Okay, colleagues, thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists. You can take a seat. And I must say that I prayed very hard, Dr. Emne, that you shouldn't go to the labor ward. And Prof, the name of your baby, I'm told, will be Aerotropolis. Thank you, colleagues. This is how we are going to eat. Finally, the food is here and it's for real this time. All the people from this side will go there. The ushers are in white. They are going to lead us. These two ushers are going to lead us. And then people from this, from where Prof is Prof Bangonj, then you will follow, just raise up your hand, Memaile. You will follow Miss Maile and Shaulani, then they will lead you. So please follow them, just listen to them. Thank you very much, colleagues, and have a great lunch. Sorry, that is why I have a co-pilot. We need to shorten our lunch, ne? We're only giving you 30 minutes to eat, and then you'll come back. What time is it now? And this session, you don't want to miss it. It's very, very crucial that you are here and converse with us. Thank you. Colleagues, can we please be seated? We are now starting the session. Those who have not finished with eating, they will eat while they are listening. I am now going to call upon Advocate Konanane Raligalia. He will be moderating the session on sustainable aerotropolis development, balancing growth, environment, and communities in South Africa. Without any further ado, let me call upon Advocate. Advocate, over to you.
Thank you very much. I am going to call the four panelists to the stage. Of course, I will start with Prof. Stephen De Beer from the University of Pretoria, who's specializing, of course, in the urban planning. Over to you. The second panelist, of course, it's Mr. Jojo Mangwa, who is the environmental specialist who's attached with the University of South Africa. I believe he might, okay. And the third panelist is Mr. Mabeka, who is from the International Women in Transport, IWIT. Thank you. I'm truly blessed to be having all the panelists seemingly. We are now waiting for the last one. And the last panelist, of course, is Ms. Lesego Serekwane from Maracanelo. Travel and events. Of course, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists, distinguished, delegates and guests. Welcome to this critical interdisciplinary engagement on sustainable aerotropolis development, balancing growth, environment, and communities in South Africa. Of course, my overview will focus on this theme, and this forum brings together experts in urban planning, environmental law, renewable energy, and community inclusion to shape a truly sustainable future. Of course, once again, my name is Advocate Konanane Hepiraligiria, and I'm a proud member of the UNISA College of Law Aviation Law Working Group, together with Prof. Angelo Dube. As a legal scholar and a pilot, Prof. Dube's research interests focus on the regulation of aircraft, drones, aerial systems, and upper space management. The Aerotropolis, which is a metropolitan region built around an airport as its central economic engine, presents South Africa with a profound opportunity. However, its success hinges not merely on logistics and infrastructure, but on its capacity to address our country's deepest socio-economic challenges. Ideally, the development of the Aerotropolis must be a vehicle for the national transformation agenda, deliberately countering South Africa's inherited segregated spatial settlements forms. From a socio-economic perspective, of course, this symposium requires two key actions. Of course, the first one is the driving of transformation in the urban airport core, and of course, the airport and its surrounding special economic zone must become nodes of inclusive, economic justice. And in order to achieve that, it has to ensure that there is job creation and, of course, SMME development. And secondly, of course, with the creation of a competitive environment. On the socio-economic inclusion for rural economic front, a truly sustainable Aerotropolis must bridge the urban-rural divide. Rural community inclusion is also essential for national transformation. Of course, it has to do so in order to achieve global connectivity and logistics as well as mobility. The other aspect that I needed to highlight is the fact that Aerotropolis acts as a global gateway, offering chance to integrate rural regions, often rich in natural resources and agricultural potential, into high-value international supply chains. And of course, on the logistic and mobility front, the strategic investment in transportation networks that connect designated rural production hubs to the airport's cargo terminals is actually crucial. And this ensures that the economic benefits of export revenue and diversification flow directly back to rural areas, thereby providing access to markets and essential services while ensuring that no community is left behind. And of course, in relation to the interdisciplinary challenge and UNISA's role, one has to highlight the fact that the complexity of balancing growth, environment, and community demands a multi- and transdisciplinary approach. And from the environmental and renewable energy, we need to explore innovative legal and regulatory frameworks to ensure the Aerotropolis minimizes its environmental footprint, for example, by mandating the use of renewable energy and implementing effective, environmental impact funds. And of course, with regards to UNISA's catalytic niche area, this engagement that we have today aligns directly with UNISA's catalytic niche area of aviation and aeronautical studies. And this institutional focus area aims to support a major component of the country's economy by fostering research, training in aviation mechanics, engineering, electronics, and safety policy adherence, which are all vital for the long-term success and sustainability of the Aerotropolis concept. I therefore urge us all to harness the potential of the Aerotropolis as more than just a logistical hub, and it must be a powerful engine of social mobility and economic empowerment for all South Africans. Having said that, now I'm going to call upon Prof. Stephen De Beer to make a brief, presentation, and we'll take it from there. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm actually an urbanist theologian, so you're in trouble if you want a theologian to speak about airports. But in 2006, I flew into Bangkok's old airport. It was just coincidence on the last day of operation. And some days later, I left Bangkok from the impressive Suvarnabhumi airport, the cog of a new Aerotropolis, projecting a population of 600,000 people to evolve around it. On that day, when I drove to the airport with a taxi, thousands lined the streets to witness this new airport city. The question begs, is the Aerotropolis or airport city just that? A place of spectacle with thousands on the outside looking in, perpetually unable to participate in the benefits of the Aerotropolis, reserved for a small percentage of the population only. I title my reflections, and I must still think a lot about this, Aerotropolis Who Benefits? Ethics, Equity and Empowerment. I'm concerned with the effects of any urban process on the most vulnerable in our cities, And as an urbanist, I'm considered with whether we build ethical and equitable cities. Since I was told we have 7 minutes, I will ask 7 questions. The first question, is the Aerotropolis, like the smart city, hype, an unaffordable or elitist urban mega project that will further perpetuate inequality, congestion, and environmental degradation? Or does the Aerotropolis hold potential to break cycles of exclusion and poverty? Who benefits and who benefits most? Question 2, rather cynically, I wonder for a moment, could it be that we sometimes gave up on the old city, the Alexandras, Downtown Springs, Kensington B in Randburg, rather spending our energies to dream up the new city, in this case the Aerotropolis, instead of getting our heads around the complex realities of almost 26 cities and towns forming part of the Ekurhuleni metropole, weaving together this very fragmented urban organism, could it be that we then dream up an Aerotropolis without the same constraints, absorbing all our energies and investments until nothing is left for the old city which we failed to reimagine? Or am I just a cynic? Question 3, some speak of the Aerotropolis as privatized urbanism, the commodified city. The Lanseria Airport City or Cradle City was envisaged with top-down privatized management relying little on state investment, and yet in its vicinity the proliferation of urban informal settlements growing still in spite of the coming attraction, sometimes having waited for 2 to 3 decades for access to bulk services, whilst the Lanseria Airport City would demand immediate infrastructure of billions even if privately invested. The livelihoods of informal settlement dwellers and aspirations of the airport city are in immediate conflict. Will the Aerotropolis and its capital investors integrate the informal settlement dwellers, or will they be displaced to make way for the aviation hub? Can contesting imaginaries be synergetically fused? Question 4, the tension between the global Aerotropolis and the local community well-being. In the Bangkok example, since the 1940s, water-based settlements emerged in Bangkok. In the 1970s, complemented with aquaculture, fisheries, other forms of local economic self-reliance. But since the 1990s, this was depleted, and then in 2006, the Aerotropolis. With its announcement, land prices increased overnight by 200%. And instead of it empowering local communities, which it also did, it also contributed to ecological degeneration, displacement, and gentrification. Howe noticed that urban planners were often left with damage control in trying to navigate the negatives of the Aerotropolis. Question 5. Is the Aerotropolis a spatial enclosure or deeply embedded in the bigger city region? Whilst OR Tambo has the potential and probably already is well embedded in the Gauteng city region, Lanseria could well represent what the Kauter speaks of as capsularization, or spatial enclosures that shelter what is inside from what is feared outside. A social enclave or deeply embedded and integrated. Some literature distinguishes between the airport city, which OR Tambo in essence already is, and the Aerotropolis, and they suggest then that the airport city is more focused on its embeddedness in the region, with a strong focus on strengthening the region, whilst the Aerotropolis can effectively run like a self-sufficient city within the city without necessarily having to contribute deliberately and optimally to the city which it hosts. Will Ekurhuleni's marginalized and vulnerable communities reap the benefits of an Aerotropolis or be sacrificed for it? Pujinda has a further, he makes the distinction between airport city, Aerotropolis, and with reference to Frankfurt, the airport as an efficient gateway, deliberately connecting the airport to CBDs and certain hubs within a certain region. Question 6, my second last question. How will the cost, financial, social, human, and environmental, be measured and balanced? To calculate the number of new jobs, for example, and the benefits to surrounding areas in the Aerotropolis versus the cost of displaced communities, environmental degradation, and pressure on existing road infrastructure would be ethical considerations. Is it more prudent, cost-effective, and sustainable to optimize, in the case of Ekurhuleni, the existing asset for it to contribute optimally to Ekurhuleni, for example? Or should we be hell-bent on the Aerotropolis as the only imaginary? Question 7. Where does ownership really lie of the airport city, but also the ownership of the distribution of the assets and benefits to the bigger region? The Lanseria Airport City conceptualized itself as a privately managed city entirely with infrastructure, landscaping, security, not having to be the concern of the state, might be more efficient, but promises to also be more exclusive. Is the imaginary one of public-private enterprise or private-driven? And what then is the role, and then I think a previous speaker touched on this, of local communities that are directly affected by social, environmental, and financial costs of the project? Just tongue-in-cheek, I don't know, when you land at OR Tambo, they welcome you usually not to Ekurhuleni. And it makes me curious, because if I was the mayor of Ekurhuleni, I would be very offended that my city is not where people think they are arriving. How would they then claim this asset for what it could be, not only for investors, but particularly for the people of Ekurhuleni and surrounding areas? The two airport cities can help connect the Gauteng city region from east to west, depending on where it happens, not only inside them, but also between them. Can it serve to perpetuate divisions and fragmentations, or to connect? Finally, how does the airport city, the Aerotropolis, or the airport as an efficient gateway, whatever we call the central aviation hub, contribute to greater equity and empower the entire city or the informal settlements communities of Lanseria in ways that are ethical, socially, financially, and environmentally? Are we asking the right questions? Or is capital alone dictating? I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for your informative, presentation, and actually it actually addressed the special planning that we find them to be quite problematic. Now I'm going to call Mr. Jojo Mangwa, who's the environmental specialist from UNISA. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It is unfortunate that I was never given an opportunity to prepare a presentation. We're never told that we should prepare a presentation, but I'm just going to talk to my pointers here. I was given a question: how can South Africa adopt a balance between economic growth, environmental protection, as well as community inclusion? You understand the fact that each and every development that is taking place, there must be regulation that govern that development. Why environmental and civil aviation? So we do have different types of Civil Aviation Act. We do have different types of environmental laws that do govern the developments, any kind of a development that you can think of. We do have national legislation, we do have provincial legislation, we do have local legislation. So in ensuring a sustainable balance between economic growth, environmental protection, and community inclusion, an integrated approach is required. So it's a number of principles and legislation and processes that we need to put together to make sure that the development does not compromise the society at large. So it is essential to ensure a balance between economic growth, once again, environmental preservation, conservation through the integration of environmental legislation as well as regulation. So normally before the development, perhaps a airport city, we need to do what you call environmental impact assessment that is governed by National Environmental Management Act. So half the time, people are taking advantage of these laws. I'm being reported that in Tembisa, there is a school that amounted to millions, which currently is not functioning because it was simply built on a wetland. It is simply because of the EIA processes was never embarked on. Because normally you will always receive the permission from the department, and department will then integrate and coordinate to make sure that all the principle of the development and regulation in our disposal are adhered to. So we do have key national laws. That it will be your National Environmental Management Act, as I've already indicated, and it governs environmental impact assessment. So environmental impact assessment, it is that process that identify actual and potential impact. And it also includes the public participation consultation or public consultation, because you cannot be doing a project or development, or be it an airport city, without being consultation with the public. That is also underpinned by the Batopele principle. Those who have worked for the council, they will understand exactly what is that. Even when we need to expand the airport city, we will also have to apply with Civil Aviation Authority so that they can able to give us an authorization. And that authorization will come with terms and conditions on how the project should be implemented going forward. It is not just going to be a project without, it's not going to be a permission or a license without terms and conditions. We also have Air Quality Act. You will understand that we are going to have aircrafts. So emission is going to be created. So with the permission that we would have obtained from the department, it must able to outline on how we should able to mitigate the emission in order not to affect the surrounding community members. We do have waste. You would understand that each and every development generates waste. It could be from the beginning and during the operation and implementation. So these are the acts that will normally come into the picture to make sure that from the inception phase of the development until to the end, the relevant principle and regulation are adhered to. So we also have Biodiversity Act. Biodiversity Act manages fauna and flora. You know, when we've got a development, there is this tendency of people just cutting trees. Little did you know that some of these trees, we need them. And then they're also protected in terms of the legislation. But these are herbs that can cure some diseases that you don't know. But then scientific research will be able to tell us. But then it's also not advisable that when we've got, we want to develop a airport city, then we just deforestate the area. So that is also protected by the legislation that we need to apply to inform the professional government to say, we've got a space of more than 20 hectares, and as a result, we want to develop. What are the processes in place that we need to follow? So it is our belief that economic growth must occur within ecological limits so that they can adopt environmentally friendly programs such as green infrastructure as well as renewable energy sources to reduce environmental harm as well as environmental footprint. So it means we must always, at times, this legislation supports us that we must move towards a direction of either smart campus or smart airport cities. So we must invest in renewable energies, we must invest in energies that cannot be depleted. In a sustainable aviation development, planning will entail environmental impact assessment, as I've already indicated. Once the permission or a license has been granted, then it will be followed by monitoring to make sure that during the construction period, there is adherence to the terms of condition that will have been indicated to us by the relevant competent authority, be it DIA or environmental section. Let's come to community engagement and inclusive. What is their participation? There could be social challenges that may be encountered through various developmental stages if the community is not consulted. So community inclusion is very much important in any development because it makes sure that the project is very much aligned with local needs of the surrounding community as well as their values and aspirations. I was working for Vulnerable Airport a couple of years ago. So we used to have challenges with community members who were residing around the airport in question, Vulnerable Airport. Because of, you'll understand that the Pretoria is a place of jacaranda trees. So they've planted a lot of trees, but then that was a risk according to Civil Aviation Authority because they were growing longer than expected. So now the reasoning from the public was that there is a consequences in terms of the flights which are flying across the houses. The houses were cracking, there was a lot of noise, and there was also a pollution which was generated by this aircraft. So it's a problem that could not be resolved. It is important that at all times we must always include the community prior, way before the development can take place. So community engagement are very crucial to any project that's about to take place. We must at all times make sure that our community is informed of the development that is about to take place. Let me come back home. The facilities management is tasked with executing projects to fulfill various business in needs of academic agenda and the compliance of environmental and as well as OHS. So we do have catalytic niche areas. So one of them that I think we have progressed thus far is aviation and energy studies. So if you can check Sunnyside, if you can check Florida, if you can check Mackleneck, we have already rolled out solar panels. So because we are in a motion of making sure that our campuses are smart. We are currently building a campus in Nelspruit that is going to be 100% smart campus. We are going to harvest the water from the rain. We are going to use much of the boreholes. We are going to use renewable energies. We are also going to use solar panels. So we are going to make sure that the smart campus has at least almost 50%, 90% of renewable energy. So climate change, innovative and renewable energy integration. So climate change is increasing rapidly, and renewable energy is one of the instruments that could be used to combat this potential impact, because we have to at all times contribute towards preventing the possible potential impact like your climate change as well as global warming. So therefore, this development can become model for low carbon urban growth by integrating clean energy as well as circular economy principle. To decrease the carbon footprint and environmental footprint, the following are recommended. If we happen to have an airport city, things like electrical transport will be required. The solar panel terminals will be required. So we got to invest much in solar energy, much in water harvesting to support 3 pillars of sustainable environmental sustainability. That will be your social, your environment, as well as your economy. That will be all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jojo, and I'm quite happy with your profound presentation because it actually dealt with the importance of acknowledging the community engagement in the development of this Aerotropolis and also the adherence to environmental laws, which will also assist in the development of the Aerotropolis, which will also make towards a developmental state. Now I'm going to call upon Mr. Mabeke, and I will have to also ask him perhaps maybe a leading question that I will wish him to address if there is, any support available for women in aviation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Program Director. My name is Lungile Mabeke. I've been asked to come and speak on behalf of International Women in Transport. So I'm not a woman. My wife is a woman, and the International Women in Transport is a non-profit company that's open to all women, including learners. We are excited to see very young people on my left, and all of them are eligible to join International Women in Transport for free as learners. And of course, there are membership packages for people who are working and for people who have businesses. I will leave people to go and look at the website. It's iwit.community to learn more about International Women in Transport. And they cover the entire scope, the entire value chain of transport. In South Africa, we've got 3 elements of transport or subsectors. We have land, which we have road and rail. We have maritime, we have aviation, we have also pipeline. See, what makes petrol cheaper in Gauteng is because of the pipeline that brings it instead of the trucks compared to other provinces. So International Women in Transport is taking care of all of them. So everybody who's a woman who is interested in transport or is in the value chain of transport is welcome. As I said, my name is Lungile Mabete. I come from a company. My company is Bulumko Corporate Law Advisors and Consultants. I'm a transport law specialist. I'm one of the people who draft the laws of the country. When you think of any laws that have to do with transport, the chances are I'm somehow involved in it, whether I'm a drafter or I comment on behalf of somebody else. That's my responsibility. I also assist in the implementation of those laws. As you may have noticed, there's been a lot recently about e-hailing services. I am the person behind the e-hailing services regulations and the amendment of the National Land Transport Act that came into effect from the 12th of September, which is last month. Okay, I did not get a briefing. I was just asked to come to be a panelist, but I have prepared just a few elements in as far as transport is concerned regarding the Aerotropolis. The key elements that are important is firstly to understand that the airport is for passengers and cargo. And that's the essence. Everything revolves around passengers and cargo. And then when you talk about industrialization in Aerotropolis, it must be industrialization of fast-moving goods and storage of products for just-in-time delivery. This is a positive response to manufacturing. And there's also the anticipation of rapid developments as a result of growth and airport expansion. So those must be incorporated in the planning. And then there's the integrated transport planning that considers intermodal provisioning with the minimum requirements that allow for long-term plans that can be phased in. The transport planning in South Africa is governed is in terms of the National Land Transport Act, and there are regulations, minimum requirements for the development of transport plans. That is the document that informs how planning authorities like municipalities need to do their planning. And you would expect that a master plan that is developed for an Aerotropolis, like the city of Ekurhuleni has done, would be part of their ITP, the Integrated Transport Plan, of which in reality it is not. If you look at their ITP, doesn't have anything to do with the Aerotropolis, which is a big problem. And then the need for passengers and cargo to move within and exit the Aerotropolis without delays. It means then there must be proper planning of the road infrastructure, and that proper planning of the road infrastructure requires consultations with communities. And then there's the land transport that includes rail. Currently, we have a rail like Prasa that is close to the OR Tambo, and then we also have Gautrain, but there's more because we do not have light rail like monorail, which also could be part of the considerations for job creation as well as to address the proper land use, because with monorail, you can practically have it moving over the houses instead of you having to remove communities just to build a road or rail network. Okay, and then there's a need for interoperability between land transport modes. The connection between rail, road, including the BRT, all of them need to be interoperable so that a person can travel seamlessly within and outside the Aerotropolis. And then on the issues of, as part of the new amendments to the National Land Transport Act that I was talking about, there's a Section 10 capital A that was introduced specifically to require the 3 spheres of government to give priority to non-motorized transport. What that means is that even all the developments that are taking place starting from the 12th of September must include plans for non-motorized transport, whether you're walking, whether you're on a wheelchair, you're a bicycle, or donkeys, it's all non-motorized transport, and this must be accommodated as part of the planning. And this, of course, is also necessitated by the Climate Change Act. There's a new Climate Change Act of 2024 that is as a result of the commitments made by South Africa as part of the climate change, and also for the purpose of accessing funding, international funding that funds climate change. You may have heard about ESCOM being forced to close some of the coal places where they produce electricity in favor of green energy. That is part of what South Africa is forced to do. Legislation is basically the response of South Africa. And we need to make sure that that happens. And then there are new technologies that when people think of airports, they only think of the aeroplanes, like the normal aeroplanes as they say, and the helicopters. But the drones, the different types of drones with varying sizes, from very small ones, the size of a mosquito, to very big. Think about those. And those are regulated in terms of civil aviation legislation. There's part 101 of the regulations that was introduced, basically blew up in the US, and that discouraged the use of the airships. And today airships are back. In fact, there's an exhibition taking place, I think in November, in Dubai, where the airships from all over the world would be introduced, and South Africa is already regulating as part of civil aviation legislation. So these are things that we need to bear in mind when we are planning the Aerotropolis. And the other critical thing is financial arrangements. In South Africa, we have the constitution when it comes to the financial arrangements regarding government. Section 214 of the constitution deals with how the money received by government need to be shared amongst the spheres of government. And as part of that, how then one is entitled to get money. I raised the question earlier on with the previous panel to say the ITP, Integrated Transport Plan, of the city of Ekurhuleni is not in the ITP, which is the budgeting document. And therefore, they can't have access to money that they need for the Aerotropolis in terms of the Constitution, because the Constitution says if you have a national obligation in terms of national legislation, you are entitled to get funding from the national fiscus. How they have done it, it means then that they can't force government to give them money. So these are things that need to be brought to the attention of those who are involved in Aerotropolis planning, so that they leverage the funding that is available in government as well as the private sector. And there must be also alignment between those plans with the plans of the province, like the Gauteng Master Plan, as well as the National Transport Master Plan 2005 and 2050, so that there's alignment and also access to funding. The last point, with regard to training and skills, all these ideas, and including the smart city that people are talking about, if you are someone who's going to implement, you need skills, you need to be trained. And training is not just an academic qualification, whether it's a degree or a diploma. Training is knowing how to do it. And it's very important that that element be considered, especially we are at UNISA, and UNISA needs to go beyond just churning out degrees. People, when they get out, they must be in a position to do the work. That's why South Africans, a lot of South Africans with degrees remain unemployed, because they just can't show the relationship between what they are supposed to do and what the industries outside require. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mabeke, for your brief presentation, which actually highlighted all the key elements that we need to take into consideration when we will be actually developing those Aerotropolis, and also enlightening us about the new Climate Change Act. As lawyers, we will need to be conversant with that particular legislative framework. Now I'm going to call upon Ms. Lesego Serekwane, who will also be giving us a brief presentation. But before then, I will need to give a leading question on what forms of frustrations have you experienced as a woman when you were trying to advance, community inclusivity in the rural areas. We were together in Rustenburg, and we saw how the frustrations were actually put in your career expo within the aviation space. Thank you.
Dumelang bagolo. Good afternoon. My name is Lesego Serekwane. I'm the founder and MD of Marakanelo. Marakanelo is a company that organizes knowledge conventions, career expos, educational excursions, and camps for young people from grade 7 to grade 12. We intentionally exposing our young people to aviation, aerospace, maritime studies, and marine sciences. It's a very, very strong intention because, as you may understand, our young people, especially from marginalized and deep rural areas, they don't have access to information. They don't have access to opportunities, and that's what Marakanelo does. It is a bridge to, onboard these young people so that indeed they don't get left behind. Now, I'm very, very humbled to have received an invitation from UNISA because it shows that we are being included, to become part of the room. Our young people that we represent are not only going to hear about this, they are not only going to be spectators when these things are happening, they will be part of the journey, they will be part of the program. So we really appreciate that Professor Dube and UNISA for this. And what Marakanelo does through our knowledge conventions, we've been organizing tours since 2004. Well, it was just a passion that came, I myself am a result of knowing how not to get opportunities. For an example, when I finished matric, I couldn't go to school simply because of we couldn't afford at home. And I've always loved education. So when I started these programs, I wanted to expose our young people to the areas that they've never been, because we all know that if you are a well-traveled person, the mindset, the way you think becomes different, and when we started taking them out to the coastal regions, most of these learners have never seen the ocean. They've never flew a plane. So it really instilled something in them. There was something that was planted in them. And remember, these young people are competent academically. They may not be in the urban areas and all that, but they're very capable. Given an opportunity of training, and all that, they too can become part of the workforce that is needed for these, developments and all that. So first and foremost, I think we need to demystify and unpack what Aerotropolis means to communities. We work with parents. I like the fact that most of the speakers are speaking about, while you're rolling out these programs, involve communities. That's a bigger starting point for every program. Parents, we get partnership with parents because the best way for them to support their children is when they also have access to information, when they know what they are supporting. And as much as many people believe that South Africa, yes, there are a lot of people who are poverty-stricken, but I can tell you now, I've dealt with a lot of parents that works at your kitchening, the gardens and all that, but they were able to pay for a trip to Durban or Cape Town for their children. Why? Because they were convicted. They were also interested to get their children experience what they never experienced. So because our programs enables them to pay for these trips, they are able to afford it. We don't give them for free, by the way, because we're discouraging free things. Many people are taking free things for granted, but if you partner with them, you bring them on board in partnership, they have a sense of ownership. They also wake up for this thing because they know they've paid something for it. We also have an experience on that where we had a lot of funders giving money. The next thing, some kids don't show up because they've got nothing to lose. But if we partner with them, they develop a sense of ownership for the exposure we want to give them and the programs we want to give them. So we really need to demystify and unpack what Aerotropolis means to communities, to the parents, onboard them, involve them, and then in pursuit of creating the workforce of tomorrow. We are also humbled to have been recruited by GAST. GAST is Global Aviation Aerospace Skills Task Force. We will be representing our young people from those unheard villages in Brussels on their 4th meeting in November, where we will be part of the room in discussing how the skills in these industries can be bridged. And GAST is established by ACI, Airports Council International, and I can see the synergies already between, the Aerotropolis and bridging the skills in the aviation and aerospace sectors by 2035. We also have plans to recruit, empower, capacitate 15,000 learners in South Africa. It's going to be a national program where learners from grade 7 will be taken into a program. We work with various institutions in the country. The South African Air Force will be having some camps with these young people so that they start instilling in them at a very young age. We are strong advocates of the positive attitude and mindset, because once we have a positive attitude, everything else is teachable. It doesn't matter that they can be A students and all that, but as long as they don't have a positive attitude, we are unable to work with this child. But then again, it's on us that we start developing them to, have positive attitude, and, the mindset must be right. Our programs are holistic. We work with Evolve with Ufile, who is offering coaching for our learners, to develop in them at a very young age the positive mindset, so that in the future we have young people who are disciplined, who are able to carry out, these jobs that will be needed for the Aerotropolis programs and all that. And our young people as well, remember, discipline in the aviation and aerospace industries, we don't negotiate safety. So discipline needs to start at a very young age, for them to be onboarded in these programs. I know that one of the frustrations and challenges, especially with the the pilots, we have pilots right now who are staying at home because they are unemployable. So those are the issues that we will be discussing, how do we get them employable? Because in South Africa, they will be trained. The next thing, the airlines don't hire them, and they are frustrated, they are home. How do we really get them to become employable and make this thing work so that we avoid talk shows, coming here, speak of the plans and all that, and nothing is done. So I'm also happy and excited that this is an inaugural program. And I hope that maybe in the future we will come and give reports, give results to say we have X amount of learners who are in the industry. You know, just recently in Durban we had NGAP, a next generation of aviation professionals. So we are hoping that indeed some of these programs will yield results, and with the support of UNISA and the keen interest from global organizations like GAST, we can finally say we have done what we wanted to say for our young people. I wouldn't want to enter into the challenges we face, but I guess everyone goes through challenges. If you are in business, we are social entrepreneurs, which many people, when we speak about this program, they think we should either be NGO, NPC, or PTY, but we are social enterprise, which is again a bit of a challenge on its own in South Africa, because we are unable to get funding because they want us to either be NPC or PTY. So we are PTY, but we are social enterprise. We will be working on coming up with frameworks to be able to gain support more. We might be doing something wrong. It is allowed, you know, in business, so that we also learn. We also, you know, capacitate ourselves to doing things better in the future. But with that being said, thank you so much. I'll be waiting for the questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lesego. And I'm quite happy with the fact that you had a passionate plea, more especially directed to our learners, so that they can have indeed a positive, you know, attitude and mindset, as well as, you know, the frustrations that our pilots are actually encountering. Now I'm going to invite questions, 4 questions that will be directed to all the speakers. Where do we start? I've noted the gentleman.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and greetings to everyone. My name is David Bopape. I'm a regional interim regional SRC undergraduate office. You know, before my question, man, I just want to raise my concern. You know, most of every time when you speak, we are speaking about urban, then we forget about the rural. What about the rural? Where is the inclusivity in this, in such programs, where, you know, the issue of the population, like for in case in Gauteng, you know, we have population of around 16 to 17 million, which is one of the smallest province by landmass in the country. Then you have your Northern Cape, which mostly is dominated by rurals also, which with the largest landmass. So I believe if maybe such things, they play a role mostly in rural areas, I believe we can avoid mostly migration, because we know one of the most of the reasons why people they migrate from rural to urban areas is because of what access to jobs, you know, maybe saving your money going to work, which is a very concerning issue. So my question, it will be into actually what is the role of the Aerotropolis planning in ensuring the equitable jobs, housing, service delivery, in most cases in rural areas than urban areas. Because you know, it's like we continue to develop developed places instead of developing those places which are underdeveloped. You know, it's like you find me and someone now, I don't have food, this person have food, but you pass me which I don't have a food, then you give the very same person who have food, then you abandon the other one. My second question.
Do you mind if we can start with one and then later we may invite you again for another question, a follow-up question?
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this question may be okay.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to Ms. Lesego. You mentioned that we've got pilots sitting at home who are unemployable because they are not meeting the requirements for the airline. And my question to you is, what is the solution to that? As the industry, do we lower requirements to meet a certain demographic? Or do you get the demographic to meet those requirements? If so, how? What is your organization trying to do to get those pilots to meet the benchmark? Second question is to our environmentalist. You spoke about us going green and the impact engines have, your jet engines, your internal combustion. We're not going to stop flying. We're going to continue to fly no matter what. So what is the alternative that is environmentally friendly that we can use in aviation? I want to go on, but in the interest of time. If there's time, you'll come back to me. Thank you.
Most definitely. Any other take? Okay.
Good day. I have a little view. I heard a couple of years ago, some 10, 15 years ago, that we actually had a shortage of pilots as opposed to actually having pilots and not having planes for the pilots. So is it not the fact that we're actually missing the application for the pilot? We would have the aeroplane perhaps, you have the pilots, but you don't have a function that requires for you to use both of them. So SAA went down maybe due to maladministration or whatever, but I believe there's another thing the other lady was talking earlier on. There was the situation in DRC, and I happen to know that in their efforts to provide aid to for the war, for all the people that were affected by the war, DRC had to recruit aircrafts from Ukraine, which was actually also under siege from Russia at the exact same time, to have food delivered to them. So I believe there is perhaps the lack of, I have the skill, I have the tool, but I don't have the work. So yes, that's my take. Is it possible that maybe just the application for
Okay. I think let me invite the very last question from the gentleman there, and then we are closing, right? Oh, sorry, maybe before. Ma'am?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. And my name is Rafilo Peja. My question is based on Mr. Mabed. And my question is with the current chaos that is happening in South Africa in terms of the e-hailing. Is there any current laws that is developed in South Africa to protect the Uber drivers or the Bolt drivers? Because the concept of Uber or Bolt, it helps both the community and it also combats the unemployment. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the very last question from the gentleman, please kindly make it very brief.
Thank you very much once again. Yeah, no, I'll try to be very short. Actually, as much as I had many questions, but I'll just raise one. Yeah, no, I'll just raise one question, then I close it. One of the question is, what lesson can South Africa draw from global Aerotropolis project? You know, in terms of withdraw from countries like your China, you know, we have the cities like your Dubai's. You know, there was one of the speaker here in the morning who did mention that Eastern Cape doesn't have a land. You know, if you go to China, you know, they are building cities on top of the mountains. You know, why can't we also try to draw that into maybe example from the cities of like China, in China, and also even with Dubai? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, before I could invite the panelists to come, then I will invite Prof. Dube to answer the question on rural aviation. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a question, I don't know where it came from. It's to do with rural aviation. I know that right now it looks like we are not catering for that sector. Lesotho is dealing with rural aviation. That's the reason I invited her. I invited her because in our work with Advocate Radically Aviation Law Working Group, we have started a project, Rural Aviation. Focuses on how to mainstream aviation in the rural sector to catalyze the economy there. Part of the reasons we engaged and collaborated with Lesotho in, which month was it? Early October or late September in Rustenburg. These small towns, we classify them as rural because they're closer to the rural areas. And then we have the villages as well, where we're trying to advocate for airstrips and the catalyzing of the rural economy using drones and using aircraft and the construction of airports in rural areas. So there is work done. I hope I have clarified that point. Fantastic. Then there was a question there that had to do with the skills shortage, scarcity of pilots. I think you were asking the question whether are we short of pilots, are we short of aircraft? Somewhere there. Yeah. It is a fact that the aircraft that we're using are rather old, extremely old. 12-year rule that was imposed by the CAA recently grounded so many flight training organizations in South Africa that pilot training became delayed because there was no aircraft available that fits the safety requirements of the regulator because they had not done the required engine overhaul over the past 12 years. But when it comes to the statistics of how many pilots are required, before COVID, we were sitting at around 200,000. Thought there was a big. Right now, we're approaching 1 million. Number is high. Shortage of pilots globally, always increase. Because there's more growing demand for cargo, growing demand for new routes to transport passengers across Africa, across the world. So the problem we're facing is a shortage of pilots, number one. Yes, there is a shortage of equipment. Because the equipment we're using is, we fly aircraft which are older than we are, but they're still in service because of the efficiency of the design specs in aviation. I hope I've answered that question. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Now I'm going to invite, let me start ladies first, Ms. Lesego.
I'm also glad to say we have organizations like your TITA, Transport Education Training Authority. I can stand here with confidence because TITA has supported our young people so immensely. Like we've been to deepest of deepest rural areas, and this we were enabled by TITA, to go there. We've got young girls from Mahojaneng in the Northern Cape. I don't know if anyone knows Mahojaneng in here. She's a pilot, she's a drone pilot. I've got another young girl in Ramokokastad. She holds a PPL sitting home because she now needs to do her CPL, but TITA is doing something about it. And we've got 2 aeronautical engineers who will be placed for vacation work as well, also from very deep rural areas. Hence I said earlier, are needed. And globally, it is projected by 2035 that we will need 50,000 pilots globally. And hence I said we are very, very, very grateful and excited to be working with GAST, because then we will be able to solve those challenges by getting South Africans, young people, Southern Africa young people to also partake. So, Aerotropolis, somebody said, is it going to break or make our communities? Prof was just saying it now. I believe we need to keep up with the global standards in terms of, infrastructure development, in terms of skills development. We are now becoming global citizens, and we are, surely getting there, fairly doing well in getting there. The inclusion, inclusion is there, it may not be the way we want it, but we are fairly coming there and keeping up with the global standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lisiho. Mr. Mabek.
Okay, I'll thank you. I'll address perhaps 2 or 3 questions. One, let me start with the role of the Aerotropolis planning in ensuring jobs and service delivery. There's a lot of work that needs to be done when we are developing an Aerotropolis. And that work are going to be sweeping the streets, we're going to be blocking the traffic and so on, to people who are designing different things and who are introducing different technology. All you need to know is what are the elements on Aerotropolis, and position yourself at least for one of them, so that you position yourself to have the skills and training to participate there, whether you are employed or you are providing a service as a service provider. And then on the question of what is the alternative to internal combustion engine in aviation, in as far as green energy is concerned, the alternative is biofuel. In South Africa, we have hectares, thousands of hectares of forestry, just forestry. And all the commercial forests, they only use about 40% of the tree. 60% is left in field. It's not being used. And CSIR has a project that was being tested in KZN for biofuel processing, which makes it not even competing with food security. It's a matter of getting that implemented, and we have bioenergy without sacrificing food security. And then on the question of what law, if any, that protects Uber drivers, the new regulations that started with effect from the 12th of September 2025, those new regulations, they are very detailed in protecting every user, including the drivers. Those regulations are introducing physical panic buttons for the driver as well as for passengers. They are even introducing the registration of users. If you want to register now for Uber or Bolt or whatever, you must be asked for your proof of identity. They take your ID number, your physical address, a picture of you, and that the phone must be recorded under your name, not you bought a pre-recorded SIM card. So there's a lot, and there's a connection, of course, of the panic buttons to tracking companies so that they are in a position to respond immediately, as opposed to our police that take apparently 5 days if there's an issue. So if you go in and have a look at those regulations, they are very comprehensive in protecting the drivers as well as the passengers. Thank you.
I do hope that the questions were actually answered according to the expectations of the attendees. And now I'm also going to call upon Mr. Jojo. Oh.
No, thank you very much. I think aircraft innovation, technology and improvement will be the order of the day. Like the gentleman has already said that we need to capitalize on jet fuel with low carbon alternatives. But then we might have this thing in our disposal for as long as they're not being enforced, then it becomes a fruitless exercise. So normally, because the airport operates, it emanates air quality, poor air quality. So half the time you are required as an operator to acquire air quality license from the DEA, which will come with terms and conditions on how to implement in ensuring that whatever the emission will be emitting will be at a reasonable measure. You know, it goes the same as the power station. The power station do discharge wastewater into the river. Unfortunately, there isn't much that we can do because we use water to generate electricity. And at the end of the day, we must be able to discharge into the river. But what law requires is that we need to have water use license. And they will be able to explain to you, of course, there isn't much that you can do. You can contaminate, but this is how much you can contaminate. So how we can arrest this thing is just to make sure that we use fuel that is low carbon alternative. And we make sure that we enforce the laws and the principle to make sure that the air emission is at the reasonable measure. Thank you.
Now I'm going to call upon Prof to have the last bite.
Thanks. Just two very brief comments. Definitely learning from other places. Not just what worked, but also what didn't work and how we can improve on that. And we must also be careful about who we compare ourselves with, because we also have a unique set of dynamics, of course, in South Africa. The second comment is just to appreciate the space and to congratulate UNISA, because the reason I went to Bangkok in 2006 was a similar out-of-my-depth experience. It was about innovating health systems. So they brought health experts and people who knew nothing about health, but all of us are affected by health. Because their theory is in the dumb questions, so-called dumb questions, you often find the innovations. The airport is not just about aviation, it's about housing, environment, rural-urban connections, all of that. So it probably requires all of us to imagine the right kind of future for the Aerotropolis. So yeah, that's my two cents worth.
Thank you very much, Prof. And that brings to the end of our session. And thank you very much to all the panelists. And of course, you have been fielding quite difficult questions from the guests. And now I'm going to call upon either Dr. Genevieve or Dr. Smangel.
Well, I think you need a round of applause. Thank you for your rich participation and the valued questions you've contributed to this dialogue. We began in the morning by looking at the polis as a place of sharing ideas, as a place of contesting ideas, as a place of coming together with our diverse strengths, with our diverse intelligences and networks, to apply our minds to what is the city of the future, How do we co-construct cities that contribute to better health, sustainable livelihoods, and cities that address inequalities? We cannot go on with business as usual. Indeed, as our panelists and as our speakers throughout the day have alerted us, we are on the precipice of great change, and as the continent of Africa is set to double in its population by the year 2050, we have a great many decisions to make, structures to rethink and revision, and we need to do this in a collective manner. Collective action, collective thinking will result in collective benefit, and so we so appreciate the range of speakers and panelists that we've been able to gather for today's symposium. So I really want to agree with Prof. De Beer and thank the Gauteng region for really engaging across disciplines, across sectors, across communities, across geographic divides, whether they be rural or urban, across the digital and the face-to-face divides, and to thank you for this very enriching session we've had. To our panelists, there are special gifts to appreciate your unique contribution to UNISA's discourse on aviation and the Aerotropolis, the shape of it, who will be the partners in co-constructing, who will be the voices of critical dissent or contestation that we need to listen to. We really, really appreciate you joining us today and bringing your richness of insight, your questions, and your sense and meaning making to this dialogue. So let's give our panelists a round of applause. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that today you would have a greater interest in human settlements of all types, in what may be the social innovations, the knowledge networks we need to create so that we can actually envision and work together to build the cities of the future, which is already very much with us. I want to invite sorry, my brain is so flatlining right now. I want to invite Dr. Erin Nodia. She's going to hand over the special gifts to our last panel. I want to remind you all that the Gauteng region has a sumptuous program planned for you for tomorrow. The program will continue on Friday, where master's and doctoral students will be sharing their very specific research on the Aerotropolis, on the aviation sector, on smart cities and so on. So do look forward to that Friday, where we will have rich contributions from our M&D students. Over to you, Doc.
Can I request that the teacher from Pretoria High School join the panel? Thank you. Colleagues, thank you very much for putting up until this time. I think we've had a great day. It was very fruitful. I believe this session has come to an end. Let us see you tomorrow. Please let us be on time because our keynote is going to be presenting tomorrow. Thank you very much. Can I request the teacher and the school to join us on stage so that you can take a picture? Thank you.